Yep. Okay, we're good to go. All right. Do you want it vertical? Yeah, no, it's got to be. Zoom only works this way. Oh, really? All right. Let's plug this in. Okay. Can you check the sound, dude? Make sure you can hear it. Oh yeah. No, you're good. You're good. I'm talking. I'm talking to him. Well, that's how y'all been. Don't look at it. It's not my work. So I spent the duct tape. What the fancy? Yeah. 8. 10. Good. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. You can hear it, right? Yeah. Can you listen to make sure you got audio? There we go. You want? Okay, that's kind of center stage right there. Okay, cool. He's got it. We got audio. We got it. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna send out an alert. Okay. You close it? You finish it? Somebody take it. I don't know. Maybe right now. But then you'd have it. I was. Yeah. Right. It's gonna take 50. No, I like I know us get my favorite. So yeah, I'm not here.
All right, all right. How's everybody doing? I didn't mean to scare some of y'all. How's everybody doing? Are y'all having a good time? Who was at Atomic Golf last night? Wow, that was awesome, man. I saw some of you all hitting the ball 100 yards, some of y'all hacking the ball. But it's great to have you all here. We're very excited. Now, one thing before I bring Wes up, I want to do this real quick. Let's see who came the furthest, okay? Who came within 100 miles? Raise your hands. In fact, if you came 100 miles or more, stand up. Let's see who came. Okay, all right, so, man, we had a few people that traveled. All right, 100 miles or more, stand up. Okay, all right, now, I want you to continue standing if you were over 400 miles away. Over 400 miles, okay? Who was over 1,000 miles away? Man, okay, well, who was over, well, we can't, everybody was over 1,000 miles away. Who was the furthest away from here? Somebody, where are you from? The Bahamas. Okay, all right, everybody else sit down. That's awesome. I volunteer to come work with you. All right, so hey guys, give it up for the experience, okay? You guys ready to make some money? That's what we're gonna talk about today. Absolutely. Who in this room is gonna be six figures a month this time next year when we do the next annual convention? All right, I want to know who I've got here. All right, so what we're going to do at this point, well, first off, I'm Denson Taylor. I've actually been involved in network marketing full time now for over 30 years, my wife and myself. We've gone to the top of several major companies. We've literally made millions of dollars in this industry. But I can tell you what Wes put together here, it has never, ever, ever been done before. I don't want you guys to take that for granted. If you built before, you understand. If you've never built a business like this before, you probably can't appreciate what we have here. This is what got me. When they told me that I only needed two people to qualify and it paid up to $500,000 a month, that was Mercedes all I needed to hear. I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't care what the product was as long as it was legal. It could have been chocolate covered cockroaches. I think it would have done it, right? But when they told me that it was free and wholesale travel, I'm like, it's over. Because that's what everybody's working for anyway.
Yeah.
Like if you ask anybody, if you have more time, more money, what would you do? What would the answer be? Has anybody said take more pills or work more or paint my? No, it's travel. That's always the answer to that question. So what I want to do at this point is we're going to bring up the man of the hour, the man of the day, the man of the month, the man of the year. And I want you guys to come to your feet. In fact, I'm going to tell you a little bit about Wes Melcher, okay? Wes actually was one of the founders of the company that went on to become the largest travel club in the world. They had over 3 million members at the highest point. Now, we can't look into the future. Would you all agree? But we can get a clue as to what might happen in the future. Now, my deal is this. This guy's a winner. He's already built a multi-billion-dollar industry or business. And we're on the very front end of it. I remember our first company, we were the third top money earner was making 1.2 million a month. We were making over 100,000, but it wasn't even his point two when I thought about it, right? Because of timing. So don't take that for granted. But what I want you guys to do is this. Wes has put together a technology that only our company has. And what I want you guys to do is come to your feet. He's put together a comp plan that's never been done before. Everybody come to your feet and let's give it up like you appreciate this man, Wes Melcher. Let's give it up. Y'all can do better than that.
But I have a surprise really quick, Denson. I want you to stay up here for a second because Denson didn't know we were going to do this right now. But Denson has been instrumental in everything that we've done so far at Bryte Lyfe. And so just this last week, we finalized an agreement that Denson is now going to be the director of field sales for Bryte Lyfe. So he's going to be working with everybody. So let's give this guy a big hand. He's been a big part of what we've done so far. And so he's going to be leading the charge from a lot of different standpoints. And so I just wanted to recognize him. And you guys are going to be hearing a lot more from him. But obviously, a lot of you are here because of him. So let's give Denson a big round of applause one more time. And congratulate him later. It's a really big deal. We're excited to have him as part of our corporate team officially, even though he's already been doing it for no money. But now he's going to be stepping up even more, he said. So he said, all you had to do.
I'm going to step my shoe game up now. I hate to stay next to this guy.
Give him a big hand. Well, welcome officially to the first ever Bryte Lyfe International Convention. It's been an exciting weekend already. You know, we started a couple of nights ago. To Lance and Mike and Antoine, we had a great event over at the Foundation Room. And, you know, if you have not been to the Foundation Room yet and you didn't qualify for tickets for tonight to the after party, and, you know, apologizing in advance, we were limited to a certain amount of members at one time at the club. So we had to figure out a way creatively where we could get as many of you guys in there tonight as possible.
and not get kicked out. So I know a lot of you are going to be there tonight, but for those of you that aren't, you can make a reservation through the app. And by the way, all the new stuff that you're going to hear about from Eva in just a minute, everything is live. So you may have seen some intermittent delays and the site was down, the app was down. Everything is already live from the new member product experience. So it's in there. We've got some other announcements that I'm going to be making later today at the end of some things that we're going to be pushing live this week that the team has been working feverishly on. But if you've not been to the foundation room, you can still go and make a reservation while you're here this weekend. So just click on the button. There's a button now where you can make your reservations. It sends an email to our concierge team. We have our own personal concierge that's part of Bryte Lyfe that gives all of the information to our other concierge platforms that we have these relationships with. So if you're sticking around for another night tomorrow night, you could pop over there. But if you've not been to the foundation room yet, I feel like it is one of our best membership values. One of my good buddies who's been in Vegas for a decade, and is a big time business guy. I mean, he owns a lot of businesses. He networks all the time. He's been in and out of this industry as well. And he's like, Wes, I've lived here for 10 years and I've never been up here. And I think it's one of the best kept secrets in all of Vegas because it is a private members only club at the top of Mandalay Bay. It's the best view in Vegas, one of the best views probably on the planet because it's at the very end of the strip at Mandalay Bay and their balcony on the 63rd floor. They have their own elevator that goes straight to the 63rd floor and you have to check in. They're very strict. And so it's just such a cool experience. So if you're not going to be with us tonight, I highly suggest checking it out. Even if you just go up there to have a drink or for a photo op, do it because what better place to take a picture with the sign than at the top of Mandalay Bay with the entire strip in the background. So if you're not going tonight, shoot us an email to the concierge, which the button is live now in Live Life, and go check that out. So what I want to do before we get started is I think it's very important to address some things that are going on in our industry right now. The last couple of months in the industry have literally been like I've never seen. And I've been doing this because technically I've been in the direct sales industry when I started selling Cutco knives back in 1997. So I've been doing this now for 30 years. All right. So, and in my 30 years of experience, I've never seen what's happening in our industry that is happening right now. It's never happened before. And here's what's crazy. If you didn't watch my training from last August when I was here in Vegas, okay, and I did a training from Resorts World where I was at Fountain Blue and you could see Resorts World in the background. We had just announced that we were going to be doing an event. And when I was here, I did a training because Rodan & Fields had just terminated all of their distributors. They terminated the MLM program. So they went to a retail only model. So all of their reps that had teams that they had built for over a decade were literally terminated overnight with no notice. And here is why. It was all about money and it was about debt. And so when you're a company and you have debt obligations, if you cannot pay your debt obligations, they can force you into bankruptcy or you could go raise capital. And I talked about this happening last year on August 24th or August 10th, 2024. And I predicted in that call that there would be other big companies that have done hundreds of millions in revenue that because of inflation and because of pricing pressure and because of TikTok and Shein and the Kardashians and all the influencers that are changing the way products are marketed to consumers, that all of these products-based MLMs were going to face a massive challenge. Not companies that were startups. If you're, and I hate to use this word, but if you're dumb enough to start a product-based MLM right now, then you literally should have your head checked because you're coming into a place where the model that's evolved over the last 30, 40 years is not sustainable. Because in order to feed the comp plan and run the company, the average markup on MLM products is 10x. That business is not sustainable anymore. You can't mark a product up 10 times and compete with China and Shein and the TikTok influencers and all the people that are selling products. And I predicted this last August. And then 2 months ago on a Thursday, before they paid their monthly commissions on a Friday, Modere filed bankruptcy. The exact same reason why Rodan and Fields filed bankruptcy. Why? Because of money. They had a $150 million line of credit that came due, and the bank said, we're not giving you any more time. So they literally on a Thursday, right before they paid their monthly commissions, they filed bankruptcy. They shut the doors. And Rodan and Fields, when they were faced with the same, now Rodan and Fields has done billions of dollars in revenue. This is the same doctors that created Proactive. Okay, this is not a small company. This is not a small operation. So when you think, oh, I'm gonna go start my own MLM. Well, first of all, you're crazy. Okay, clearly I am because I've done it twice now. But the first one we took to 4 billion. So when you look at these people that are trying to start product-based companies right now, a lot of the distributors that left Modere are trying to start their own product-based MLM. You're competing in a space with companies that have already done billions in revenues, and they still couldn't compete because of inflation, because of the price of ingredients, because of the pricing pressure from Shein and China and TikTok and all the influencers. The models are broken. They're broken. And I told you in that training that there is a broken model in network marketing for trading and crypto, and it is a flawed business model. And I referenced the company that I consulted for, which now I can talk about because they're out of business. IOVIA, which was IML, and then it was IM Mastery. And I've talked to you guys about the signs of distress. Signs of distress of a company. These are the two biggest ones. Changing your name. Why do you think you change a company's name? Debt, owing people money, having investigations and problems with the FTC or the SEC or the CFTC, which they had already had. And in that video, less than a year ago, I said that company that I didn't name because I knew about their retention. They were losing 90% of their members in the first 60 days. 90%. I'm going to show you our numbers in just a second. They lost 90% in the first 60 days. Their annual retention was less than 1%. So I mean, if you went out and recruited 100 customers in that company, a year later, of that 100, you'd have one left. One. And I said, this business is broken. It's not sustainable. And what happened? In less than a year, but I said in 18 months or less, that company would be out of business. And they closed their doors a week after the FTC launched their lawsuit against them 2.5 weeks ago. And the video that I did when the leaders left and went to another trading company, which is the exact same model, which if they have any type of growth, they're going to get shut down next. They had just gone on that Monday. I filmed a video on Tuesday, and the FTC hit them with the lawsuit on Thursday, and they shut down a week later on Friday. So I said 18 months, and they lasted 11, 9.
Wow.
So where are we in this space right now? What that means for all of you sitting here is that you have never had as big of an opportunity that's in front of you right now as you do right now. It's never happened in the history of this industry. Because I'm predicting that all of the products-based MLMs in 5 years, there may not be any of them left. I mean, Herbalife will be able to survive, Amway, Avon, because of the volume and because their footprint is so big globally. But we're not going to have to worry about any startups. Nobody is coming into this business because of how difficult it is to start a company. And if it's product-based, have you seen the news with tariffs?
Mm-hmm.
So how do you think you're going to ship your products into all these countries now with 50% tariffs and 75% tariffs and 125% tariffs? Or if you're going to ship your products out or you're going to export? How do you think that business model looks? Do you know how many CFOs right now are literally not sleeping that are part of companies that sell products? Because they don't know what they're going to wake up to that Trump decided to say the night before.
That's right.
Because yesterday, if you didn't see the market, I woke up and the futures were down 700 points because Trump decided to do another 50% tariff on the EU yesterday.
Wow.
Yes.
But we don't have to worry about tariffs. We don't have to worry about products. We don't have to worry about ingredients. And we have a model that's not broken, because the biggest reason why they shut IM down, which was Iovia, was started as IML, then it was IM Mastery, then it was Iovia, because they had already been looked at by the FTC multiple times. The biggest reason they shut them down is because of the retention. That's the first paragraph. If you go read the FTC complaint, they even say in their own literature that 80% of their customers quit within the first 60 days. Go read the FTC complaint. I knew that because I was an insider. So I had that information. And when I got it, I had already built the travel vertical for them. And I saw it and I almost had a heart attack because I never saw the numbers until I got inside. And I go, I built my TLX program. And I retained in my first year, I retained 14% on a website I built that had nothing like we have here. And they go, thank you, Wes, you're saving our company because you're retaining 1,400% better than our 1% on all of the other trading programs. With a cheap website that I built myself, I funded the whole program, which is some of the beginning concepts of what we have here today. 14%. My 90-day churn at that company, I was keeping 75 to 80% over the first 60 to 90 days. They were losing 75 to 80% on all of the other trading programs. Why? Because if you learn how to trade, why do you need to keep paying for monthly trading education if you've learned? And if you don't learn how to trade and you suck and you lose money, why would you keep paying for the education? So I talked about this in that video, and I talked about the Visalis 90-day challenge. It was the biggest blessing because it was a massive PR move, because it was before anybody had heard about 75 hard or P90X. So everybody got their friends to do a 90-day challenge. But what happens when you finish the 90 days? You quit. And what happens if you don't make it the 90 days?
You really quit.
You quit. So the average life expectancy of somebody on the 90-day challenge in Visalis was about 45 to 60 days. Because when you average, nobody lasted past 90 and very few made it 90. So their average customer was dead in 2 months. So when you look at what's happening right now, the biggest MLM in the world, Herbalife, okay? Herbalife. Their retention is 16%. They put 100 customers in today. A year later, there's 16 left. So 16 left. And then you look at what's happened in travel, all the copycats. And I want to call out one right now because you're going to be hearing me, because it is time for somebody to say what nobody else knows, because I'm one of the only people on the planet that knows what I know about travel in this space. So I've been nice enough for long enough. And I know some people don't like it, but if you don't like it, it's okay. You can surround yourself with a winner who's not afraid to speak and speak out, or you could go with them and just live like an ostrich with your head in the sand and wait until the day that that company goes out of business. The choice is up to you. So there's some people talking about right now called MWR, Travel Advantage. They built it in Europe. It's taken them 10 years. And I don't even think they have a few thousand members active in the world. But there's been some noise just in the last couple of weeks from this company. All they are is travel.
Yeah.
So let me tell you why we're not a travel company. Because the average American only travels twice a year. So if the average American only travels twice a year, and the MWR comp plan sucks, their membership program layout sucks, but even if you got past that, okay, and you bought one of their memberships, the cheapest one's like 50 or 60 bucks a month. Why are you going to pay 50 or 60 bucks a month for 12 straight months when you're only traveling twice a year and you're only getting discounts on travel? Because if the average savings they have is less than ours, because I've already checked their site, we beat them on everything, and we have way more inventory than they do, and that's all they are is travel. That's it. That's all they are. So if they're spending 60 bucks a month, that's $720 a year. If the average savings is 30%, if they're getting that good, and the average hotel is $150 a night, and the average stay is 3 nights, okay, that's $135 per trip they're saving. times 2 trips a year for the average American. That's $270. So tell me why you're paying $60 a month, which is $720 a year, to save $300. Are you okay? Are you okay? And they'll have other gimmicks, but travel's not good enough. And I already saw this in 2012. We created a rewards program at World Ventures in 2012. And we were stuck at 75 million in revenue. So 75 million in revenue for about 3 straight years. We couldn't get over the hump. 2009, 10, 11. We actually grew slightly during the recession. If you looked at the DSN top 100, they showed rank movers. They show red arrows and green arrows for companies that grow in sales in the top 100 in the world, and then companies that go down. It's green arrow, red arrow. We were one of the only companies on the planet in 2008, 9, and 10 that had green arrows during the recession. Why? Because 90% of the companies that are on that list sell what? Products. And so in 8, 9, and 10, it was red, 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 green. Oh, who's the green company? World Ventures. Why? Because we were doing discount travel. So we came up with a reward points program, but it wound up being an Achilles heel because we were doing everything manually. We had no software, we had no technology, we had no search engine, and we had nothing other than travel. We tried to do some other things, but it never worked. We couldn't get it to work. So we were just a travel club, just doing group trips. And when we exploded in growth because of the reward points, because the idea was for every dollar you put in, you'll get a point that you can use towards your dream trips. But the problem was that we acquired 2 full-service travel agencies that were 30 years, 40 years travel agents, and all they were doing was booking stuff at net rates, just taking out the commission. They didn't organize anything, they didn't plan anything, and they would throw the dream trips up because at our peak, we had almost 400,000 active members. We put in over 3 million in the 13 years that I was there. 365,000 of those were on my team direct, 365,000. But we couldn't keep up. We didn't have any software. It was all manual. We had almost 1,000 employees at our peak in Dallas at the headquarters with $150,000 a month office space because Wayne had to have a building with our name on it. So we couldn't keep up. And then whenever we couldn't get enough discounts, we were losing money on the reward points. So then it was you could only use 100 reward points for Dream Trip. So the membership was $135 a month. So you had 1,500 reward points for your year, but you could only use 100 of them per trip. And if the average person only takes 2 trips statistically per year, then you could only use 200 of your reward points of the 1,500 that were in your account. So travel alone and points and miles is not enough. See, here's the thing. I met with some MWR leaders, the girl who's the top leader in Europe. She's the top leader in Europe, and she has 350 people on her team. She's the top leader in Europe. And they've been in business for 10 years. They copied our Dream Trips model. They have Dream Trips, and then they have a travel website. That is it. That's the whole company. If you want to know the skinny, that's all they got. Okay? And I asked her, I said, show me your back office. I want to see your retention. She's like, no, I'm not going to show you my back office. And I'm like, neither will anybody else. You know why? Because you don't want to show it to me, because nobody's going to pay 60 or 90 or 120 for a year to keep paying when they're only traveling twice. And she said, we have to stop this conversation. And I'm like, well, if you don't want to face the facts and compare numbers, then you're right. We should stop, because you're going to be disappointed when I show you what we're going to talk about next. Because I was willing to show the numbers. These are our numbers. Okay? There's things we need to work on. So today, at the end, I'm going to talk to you about what we're going to do to even take these numbers to a place where it is literally impossible for this company to fail. It's impossible because of these retention numbers. And so there's areas that we need to improve on, and there's things that we need to do to get better. And Denson's going to talk about a lot of those today, and all of the new announcements and the new products and the new value is going to help. But these are the real numbers. You know how many owners of other travel companies, just travel, products, we blow them out of the water. But I wanted to show the travel companies. You know how many owners of competitors I've talked to, try to have meetings with? You know how many have been willing to show me these numbers? Guess the number. 0. Because everything I'm telling you is true. If they won't let you see the numbers, what are they hiding? Kind of like if you got a boyfriend or girlfriend, it's like, hey, who are you texting? Oh, nobody. What are you hiding? What are you hiding? If you don't have anything to hide, let's put it out. Put it on the table. The numbers don't lie. The numbers don't lie. So let's walk through them real quick. That goes back to May of 2024, month 1. So that first month, obviously it's 100%. Those are the members that go in for month 1. So then month 2. So now after 2 months of billing, this is how many of this number that's left. So we talked about this in that video a year ago, and I moved it to WednesdayWithWes.com. It's on our YouTube channel, but just to make it easy to find, you can go to WednesdayWithWes.com and you can watch my Nostradamus video. Thanks, bro. You can watch it, okay? Thank me later. And that's the thing. You know how many calls I've had from leaders this week, last week, and the week before that are still part of other companies, and they are shaking in their boots because they're like, Wes, almost every prediction you made a year ago has already come true. I am out of business. I said in that video, I'd be shocked if they made it 18 months. They made it 11, 9 from when I made that video, 10. And then I talked about there will be big name companies. And I already knew some of the companies that were in trouble because of the relationships I had on the inside. I know companies that are looking for money that are out of money. Because when you have to have products stored and you have to manufacture it, guess when you have to pay for it? Then. And then guess how long it takes to get it in people's hands and then fulfill it. And then you got to wait on the merchant accounts to give you your money, and they hold reserves because MLM is one of the highest risk categories for merchant accounts. But see, this is the thing. Nobody knows that stuff unless you're an owner. So all these people that think, I want to go start my own network marketing company. There's a group of guys that were last man standing at IEOVIA, and right now they're in Nice, France, because there was supposed to be a convention in Nice this weekend for IEOVIA, but they closed the doors last week, a week after their FTC lawsuit. They just said, we give up. We can't fight this. They closed the doors. No longer paying their people. Less than 1 week after the FTC came in. It's a death sentence. If you get an open lawsuit investigation that's public by the FTC, you are dead because it's guilty until proven innocent. You can never recover from it. It is the death penalty. So if you're a sports fan, think SMU, same thing. It's taken SMU 30 years to get back to anywhere near what they were in sports because of the death penalty. That was also the last death penalty that the NCAA ever gave because it completely destroyed the university's athletic program. And that's what the FTC did. So because this is happening now we have all of this on our side because all of these people are looking for a home and they're scared. And so when you look at our churn is what you lose from month to month. That's your churn. So the churn from month 1 to month 2, okay, our very first month, when all we had was just hotels. And that website that you guys have all had for the last year is completely new. You'll see it on Monday. It's all done. So now the website reflects all of our product offerings now and all of this new stuff that you're going to see today. So the Bryte Lyfe website tells our story. It's got a lot of pictures from you guys, and we still need testimonials. So please write a good testimonial. If you have screenshots of savings and a picture of you with the sign or on the trip, please add that to the Facebook group or send it to concierge@brytelyfe.com. We want those testimonials on this week when the site goes live. I still have room for them. And so we want to highlight y'all's stories and share. Because when we launched last year, we were just travel. So these numbers, okay, are these variables you'll see there's some anomalies in some of these months, depending on how many sales came in. And because if you're in a smaller sales month, then you lose a couple people, it changes your percentage. So we're dealing with smaller numbers, okay? These numbers are better and will be better with bigger numbers because 2 or 3 people, when you only put in 60 in a month or 80 or 100, changes your percentage points by 3 or 4%. So these numbers will get better, but these are things that are areas of opportunity. But what I want to show you is that what we did with our concept of the best loyalty and then now the best customer appreciation. So we have the best loyalty program in the travel industry. We have the best customer appreciation and 2 and free life. Okay. It's created a delta that I didn't even know would happen. I knew it would be good once we got people on bucket list trips and the photos were out and the videos are out. And now we have people that are booked. So you're going to be seeing people going on these trips. We've already given away almost 100. Okay. So you're going to start seeing this, but I knew the delta would occur. I thought that it would take a year to create that delta for people to see that it was real, for people to see the proof that bucket list dreams do come true when you're part of Bryte Lyfe. But what happened was something that I didn't expect. Because if you watch that video from August 10th, 2024, we were right here in month 5. Because we launched in May. So May, June, July, August, we were in our 5th month. So we only had 4 months of data. So we only had these first 4 columns. If you go watch that video, what I did was I ran that 10 to 13%. You'll see 10, 9, 13%, 12%, 14%. I ran that number at like 12% out, and I showed you if we could get it down to 10, it would get you to 30% annual retention. It would be almost double Herbalife. And my goal was to be over 20% annual retention. When we started Bryte Lyfe, we knew that if we could be 20% annual retention, we'd be bigger than Herbalife. World Venture's best year in 2016, when we did $960 million in revenue, was 17.5% retention. So my goal for us was to have 20%. I never dreamed and imagined we could have 40% or 50% or 60%. I talked about it in that video, but here's what happened. Once you got to month 7, it all changed. It all changed. Why? Because of the bucket list trip. Because once somebody's paid 7 months, now they're only 5 months away from a $3,000 to $5,000 5-star vacation. So our churn went from 10, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14% month over month, depending on where you're looking, to 4%, 3%, less than 2% churn. 1%. 1%. That means that month, basically like one person out of the 300 or whatever we put in our first month quit. 2 people out of 300. Then you get to 31, less than 1%, 29, 1 point, a little more than 1%. Okay. And then last month, which this was actually a little surprising to me, and I think it might change because a couple people were in grace. So when I ran this report, there were a couple people in grace that were showing, but those 2 people could have changed the percentage 1 or 2%. So that meant that literally when we look at these numbers, 26%, okay, left after 12 months. And what's happening now is that we're getting to a point where we're going to run 40%, 50%, and there's going to be some months where now, because of where we're at, and you know what happened here? Who knows what happened in this month? 2 and free. So this is when 2 and free went company-wide, and in these months, we've had over 300 members qualify for 2 and free. Does a free member quit? So now you have a new delta. So you have a new delta. So these numbers, when you take these out, we're going to be over 60% retention. Once people start seeing people on the bucket list trips, this delta could go down even more. And so when you get to month 7, you're going to have 55 or 60 or 65% still active. And so our biggest area of opportunity that I'm going to talk to you about today, and Denson's going to talk about this because he's going to talk about how to start your new people right. This is his deal. How to get them started right, how to get belly to belly, how to get culture created. So today we're going to talk about what we can do to change these initial numbers because this is our area of opportunity. We have to get better at getting people on the app, using the app, booking travel, and here's something else. I'm going to give you an early announcement right now. Within the next couple of weeks, when you sign someone up, your travel dollars will be live in your account the next day. So when you sign them up, you'll be able to book travel. So we're getting people to join, sign people up, and then book a trip. Once you book a trip, we don't have a way to correlate the numbers yet, but we will on our new platform. So we'll be able to see how many members book a trip in this first 3 or 4 months. If you can get all of your people to book something on the app or book a trip or buy something in member deals or sign up for a gym membership, anything where they're tied to Bryte Lyfe, we're going to talk about True Health today, a new health sharing platform that's giving our members 20% cash back in travel dollars. Wow. So you're going to have an opportunity to get, for the average family, $100 a month or so in free travel that's going to get deposited into your account every month if you sign up for their health sharing platform. So we're going to have more ways for you to earn travel dollars. And now when you sign people up, you could sign people up this week, and then you could literally book a room that weekend. So if you can get all your members engaged in the app, get them to book something, get them to buy something as a member so that they see the value and see that it's real, this delta looks like this delta. They know bucket list is real here, and they're past the hump. So if we can get the delta lowered, we can get that churn number lowered in those first few months by getting people to engage. And Denson's going to tell you how to do that today. And when you see all the new stuff with Jets, and well, I don't want to steal Eva's thunders. When you see all of the new stuff that we have, there will be so many ways for you to get your members to engage that if you get them to buy or book in their first 30 days, 60 days, these numbers go up. So the churn goes down, which means that we could be on a trajectory a year from now where we're retaining 75+% of our members for a year, which is going to make the biggest ATM machine in the history of the network marketing industry. So all those people that got dropped on the head and they're thinking that they're going to go do a trading deal where we already know the retention sucks. It's the worst in the industry. And they're going to quit within 60 days. All of them. They all quit within 60 days. It's the permanent hamster wheel. Over the next 6 months, the next 9 months, all of those people are going to be looking for a home. And there is not another company on the planet where this opportunity exists like this globally, already in 20+ languages around the world, where you can download the app anywhere as an app is available for download with no tariffs, no customs, no import, no export, no physical products that we have to manufacture or produce, no scientists that we have to pay, no research and development, no logistics, no warehouses, no storage, no cold storage, no throwing away expired products. We don't have to deal with any of that. Yeah. So here's what I'm going to tell you. You can either choose after today to go out there on fire and just talk to people and sort and get through the no's and get to the yeses, because over the next 6 months, there's going to be people in here that are making $50,000 a month.
Yes, sir.
There's going to be people that are making $75,000 a month. And here's the problem. If you wait until those stories are out there, it's a lot easier when Mike McVay over here is making 75 grand a month and you can point to him So you can wait until Mike is at 75,000 a month and use his story, or you can tell about how Mike is gonna be making 75,000 a month in the next 6 months, and you can use the story now, and you can be a visionary. I challenge you after today, with everything you're gonna get today, to become a visionary. Are you going to be able to cast vision? Because without vision, people perish. And so that means that you'll fail. You have to have vision. You have to be able to look at what this chart's going to look like a year from now, and 2 years from now, and 3 years from now. And I truly believe that all those people from Modere, who, by the way, they're starting because they can't make products fast enough and they had to do something quick. They came to me and wanted our technology, and I told them no. They said, we know you have the best travel technology. Will you let us white label it? Will you let us use it? I have the texts. I told them no. You should merge with us. You should bring everybody here. Because if you don't do it now, you'll come back to me later and there'll be less opportunity for you. Because the rest of my team are already going to be way past you and you're going to be at the bottom and you're going to have to catch up with all of them.
Yeah, that's right.
So we're going to get them all. We're going to get all those members from all the trading companies and all the other companies that are out there. And so you can wait. It'll be easier a year from now. You understand that, right? It'll be easier once Mike's making 75,000 and Denson's making 500,000. You can introduce him to Denson. He'll let you go with him on his plane and, give you a ride in his Rolls Royce and his wife's G-Wagon. They've already got it all picked out.
I'll do it, Wes.
So, you can wait. I promise you. This is the hardest it'll ever be. So if you can do it now, if you can make it now a year from now, then it's easy. It's easy to come in once you start getting some momentum. Because then it's the fear of loss. It's FOMO. Everybody's seeing it happen. So don't wait. Take advantage of today. Pretend like today is day one. And that means you need to make calls and you need to invite and you need to get out there and expose as if you've never done it before, as if it is life or death. This is life or death. This can give you life. L-Y-F-E. Give life, well life, live life, travel life. Okay? So now I'm going to bring up our rock star director of member experience. She is definitely the most integral part to our internal team, our corporate team, and everybody that I brought on in the beginning. It was really a coup getting her. She was already running a big membership platform. She's been in membership with golf and hospitality for over 25 years. She knows everyone. Everyone loves her. She is my gatekeeper. She can get to anyone. She's like James Bond on LinkedIn, and the meetings that we've had and the CEOs that you guys don't even really, you'll see some more of this today, but we're on calls with CEOs and presidents of sales every day, all the time, every day with these companies. And they're blown away. They were telling me, we got about a few thousand members on the platform, influencers and members. And they're like, you did that in like 8 months, 7 months? How did y'all sign up like 3,000 people? And these majority of these people are paying $179 a month. How did y'all do that in 8 months, 7 months, 9 months? I mean, World Vantage has been in business for 15 years and we'll pass their membership count this year. From all their other clubs, from all those other countries. They want to know. They're like, will y'all teach us about marketing? Can we learn from what y'all are doing? So Eva is the one who's made all of this happen. She's absolutely incredible. You're going to see a lot of new things that we've made for you, created for you, new partnerships. I'm going to talk about the business stuff, the websites, and the travel aspect. She's going to be talking to you about live life and well life. So please give it up for our Director of Member Experience, Eva Nightingale.
Thank you so much, Wes, for that. He always makes me feel really good before I come up here and gets me even more excited to talk to you guys. Hope you had fun last night at Atomic Golf. Um, Mary was teaching everyone how to play golf, and I think it was Tamara who hit it all the way to the fence. After good job, Tamara. There you are. But no, we had a lot of fun, and I just want to start with them by mentioning they're one of our new partners with Bryte Lyfe. So each time you go to Atomic Golf here in Las Vegas, you get 25% off. Woo! And this is the first of many Atomic Golfs that are going to open. So they are truly like a competitor to Top Golf, the first competitor. And they'll be going to Houston and then Phoenix and then many more. And guess what? Yeah. We'll get to share with our members opportunity to do kind of a different experience than Top Golf. And we'll talk more about golf later. But today's kind of a really exciting day for me. I woke up this morning and I just wanted to tell you this before I get started. I've been in the experience business for 27 years. I've been in the membership business for 25 years. And I've appreciated and loved the art and all the training and education I've received on what I like to call get 'em and keep 'em. And it's pretty much that simple. But what I love deep down inside, I think more than anything else, is building relationships and enriching lives. And so I've been able to do that through working with some of the most amazing hospitality companies out there in the private club industry, in the hotel industry. And in the get 'em and keep 'em piece of it, I think I've fallen deeply in love with the retention aspect. So I appreciate so much what Wes just shared with us. That is an unbelievable statistic and trajectory that we have opportunities. So what I have been able to kind of do since 27 years ago when I started in Las Vegas, where I started my career, actually here at Treasure Island Buffet as the assistant manager. And I woke up this morning and I was thinking to myself, that's where it all began. This is the city where I began to dream as big as I could possibly dream. While I was here, Le Meridian Dubai flew me out to Dubai for 4 months to open a restaurant. And I was in food and beverage, but what I really wanted to do was membership. I wanted to be with the members. I wanted members to have fulfilled lives. And I wanted to be able to do something like this someday. And I'm here. Woo! When I'm telling you. So, yeah, and so while I've been in a lot of brick and mortar private clubs and get 'em and keep 'em and done all sorts of membership, what Wes has built here is something in way I think we could call it a club without walls. How about that? And it allows us to do almost everything. It's endless possibilities. So, and I'm gonna ask Spencer to bring my water. Oh. All right. So to get started, you guys, many of you have asked for this. And so before I dive into our partnerships, I want to show you, we have built you just kind of a one-pager brochure, membership brochure to help you walk through the products. And so this is a digital piece and we'll get it out to you right away. But it sections all of our top core benefits in Travel Life, Live Life, Well Life, Give Life, and Free Life. And so I think this is going to really help you guys when you're walking through. Thank you so much. Bear with me. When you're walking through these benefits, you have kind of a little cheat sheet. So how's this work for you guys?
Love it.
So I'm going to quickly go through some of the highlights. So wholesale pricing, proprietary technology, as we all know, and of course, exclusive access. The thing I want you to be thinking about with Live Life now, because you're going to learn so much about so many partners, And don't worry about memorizing them today. I promise you, next Super Saturday, I'm gonna walk through the details, give you a tour of the app, help you better walk people through everything we have to offer. But do it this way. Think about it this way. Under Live Life, we have sports, music, events, and lifestyle. And these are kind of your buckets, okay? Keep things in buckets and then begin to explain all the other things that fall in these different areas. But you can pretty much have access to anything over time in the next couple of years with Bryte Lyfe. Here's the thing. We don't want just everybody. We don't want just Chris will appreciate this right now. We don't want just a bunch of discounts. What we want is unique offerings and benefits that you cannot get elsewhere. So, or preferred access or exclusive access. And then obviously we love the discounts. Well, so. Under Well Life, total life balance. We hear Wes talk about that all the time, and that is actually what inspired the name Bryte Lyfe. And then support on all levels. So when we're talking about Corey Sanders and we're talking about Well Life and what we do, it's physical, mental, and then we're now going to be adding a piece very soon, upcoming in the Orlando conference, which is going to be financial wellness. Under Give Life, thank you everyone who volunteered yesterday. Hope you had fun. Clean the World is an amazing foundation. And it highlights your passion to serve. Where's Tana? Somewhere in here. She's been a tremendous help with helping me behind the scenes with a passion to serve. And then Free Life, as you know, that is where we have cracked the code on retention. Wes couldn't have done a better job of talking about that today. So, all right, I'm not going to talk about all the benefits. I'm only going to do a quick recap of what you find under the dollar sign in the app. And no one go on your app right now, because please stay up here with me. But I'm going to do this real quick. I'm going to go through who all of our partners are. Then I'm going to dive a little deeper on the new ones. Okay. So now what you can find in our app is World Vantage, who you know is 250 golf courses in North America and 500 internationally. No one, no other company, not American Express Black, no other loyalty program, no one has this benefit. We are so privileged to be partnered with them and get to be a member for a day at a private club that can cost upwards to $120,000 to join, $600 a month. Member deals, we love member deals. We already have a lot of statistics as our membership uses this product, which allows for tickets, entertainment, lifestyle, shopping. But we get reports weekly on how much money you guys are spending on member deals. Guess what? Talk to Live Nation next week as we continue to grow our partnership with them. We'll talk about that in a minute. I showed them the statistics of how much money we're spending a week on tickets and entertainment. And that changed the whole face of the conversation. You know, we're a new company, and we've been able to, in the last 7 months, beat several membership organizations that have thousands and thousands and thousands of members. So this is what this tells me. Number one, you like this benefit, so we'll keep it. But number two, we're all beginning to enjoy the one-stop shop, right? Just going on the app and getting stuff done. But we also all appreciate the fact that you know, and we all believe in this, that we're getting the right deals up in front of you for you to share also with your new prospective members. Okay, we'll talk about Arch Insurance here in a minute, but we are adding travel insurance for you guys at a really great deal. You'll be very excited to hear about this. And the foundation room, we've talked enough about that, but we'll see those VIPs and Lifer 3000s there tonight. Benefit Station is a exclusive benefit that we're bringing on for the Japanese market. We'll talk about that in a minute. Going is a membership service that alerts members to exceptionally low fare deals. And this is our first time adding on a flight component to our programming. So really excited about that. Group hospitality is absolutely one of Wes's favorite hospitality companies in the world. They have the most unbelievable nightclubs and dining. And I know some of you are here and you may not know about all of these benefits, but on Super Saturday, we'll take a deeper dive. And I can't tell you enough how important it is when you're in one of these cities to email concierge@brytelyfe.com and we'll get you set up with a VIT table, or you don't have to wait in line to go to the Live nightclub. If you want to go tonight, I'll get you in. You're welcome. Porter Yachts and Porter Jets, we'll talk more about that in a minute. Ghost City offers sightseeing passes, numerous cities worldwide. We've had them for a while. Resorts. Resort Pass is you get to, like, where you're a member for a day. Here you get to be a hotel guest for a day without paying for the night at the hotel. But you can use all the amenities and go to the spa and the pool and enjoy it. So that's an old benefit we have, but always a good one, especially now this time of year. Luxury Exchange is our trusted advisor for lab-grown diamonds, luxury watches, designer bags. It's such a cool company. And they give us a tremendous discount, 15% off. Atomic Golf we spoke about. Sports 365 is the largest international ticket broker in the world that we're partnered with. And then Live Golf. So if you don't play golf, Wes likes to say go watch as a spectator with Live Golf. They're a disruptor in the industry and they're a fantastic tour. So follow that. All right, so experience exclusive life, Live Life, new benefits now available solely to our members. That's just it, you guys. When you're sharing the story, there is probably, I don't know of another app where you can find this many private, exclusive access type benefits, except for Bryte Lyfe. And we're gonna go here and we're just gonna walk through some of the stuff that I want you to kind of plant a seed and put in your memory brain. Music was Live Nation, House of Blues, plus exclusive discounts with top ticket retailers and brokers. So we're now beginning to pull in multiple different ticket brokers to make sure. So I'll do this in the training. I'll show you when you go look up tickets, how you should compare prices, number one, to market, but then also you have multiple places now with Live Life to look for tickets. You don't just have to go to Sports 365 or Member Deals. Things like Broadway, off-Broadway, musical festivals, Cirque du Soleil. I hope some of you go. I think some of you are going tonight. I hope you got good. You get your tickets on Member Deals. Lion King, Cirque, many of the Broadway shows, you can get your tickets on Member Deals. And then under lifestyle activities, entertainment, dining, group hospitality, Disney. We're partnered with Disney now, Universal, SeaWorld. We get the best deals, like honestly, truly on water parks up to 65% off. And skiing, shopping deals, and then top new brands. There's so much stuff under shop right now. I want you guys to take a look at. All right, here we go. Arch Insurance. So we have been wanting to bring this on since the beginning because we don't necessarily have everything covered under our app when you're booking travel. And when you go into Arch Insurance and you make a choice between either getting a single trip insurance or a annual insurance program, your airfare is going to be covered, your rental cars are going to be covered, and your hotels are going to be covered. Okay. On top of it, you're going to have a concierge. You're going to have medical services. If Lord forbid something happens while you're traveling. So this is an amazing benefit. They have opened up, I think, this very special program just for us, making it extremely affordable. And I'm just going to plant a seed. It's only around $16 a month to do the annual. That's what I recommend for you. Porter Yachts and Porter Jets, both amazing luxury, best of the best industry-wide for prestigious fleet of luxury yachts and charters with Porter Yachts. And then Porter Jets provides access to premier private aviation network with a vast selection of safety vetted jets and what they do, and you'll get to browse their inventory and their empty legs. So this is where you're going to get a really good deal. And so we'll start traveling together. Yeah, and Benefit Station, I want to give a shout out to Chris Cannon over here, who has helped me bring this deal to life. And Scott's not here, but thank you, Chris. This is a company out of Japan, and it's very similar to member deals. But a lot of the member deals, or most of the member deals, are domestic. So we grew really fast right out of the gates. Water. We grew really fast right out of the gates and had over 200 Japanese members really early on. So we wanted to make sure that we were able to get benefits for them. And so we've been working on this deal for quite some time, but why I want to point this out before I go into the details of it, what I want to point out to you is that this is an example as we grow internationally and we open up new markets. We understand there's no one size fits all. There maybe it works domestically or in Northern America, but we'll have to look at different things by different countries, and we're prepared to do that. So in working with this company, they speak only Japanese. So Chris has been my translator the entire time through the deal, my negotiator as well. And we have opened up a beautiful benefit that we're giving complimentary to our Japanese members that gives them a one-stop shop like we have for members. I'm happy for that. All right, so just to give you a little look-see here at Forbes, Bloomberg, CNN Travel, the Wall Street Journal, Jet Setter. This is really premier, and we're really proud of this new benefit partner. Same goes with yachts, and you guys will get to come in and search both these websites, pick things out, and then you'll be connecting with me at concierge.com when you're ready to book. All right, we also just partnered with Going, as I mentioned, and what's so cool is you guys are going to get these service alerts of low fare deals up to a 40% discount, but sometimes you're going to find tickets for $49. It's so much fun, and you just have to be creative like we are here, where we'll just take a last minute trip. No City is been on for a while, but I wanted to re-mention it because we've reset up the website and how you can go in and search for passes. So this is a way for you to save money when you're traveling. And let's say you want to do 3 exciting things in Vegas. You could have bought a city pass for three different exclusive offers, and then go on the website and pick what they were, and then you probably save about $150 by doing it that way. And then Atomic Golf, you guys know all about it. So thank you for being a part of last. All I have, Wes. This is where are we? Am I out of town? Out of time right now?
Out of town?
How many minutes time? Okay, so this is just the last screen that I wanted to share with you guys. What I like to do is I like to, when I'm sharing the story with a prospective member, is I like to use the app, and I like to go to the $, and I like to kind of I'll give a tour of the travel piece of it, but I'll go to the $. And I just wanted everyone, I know this is like so obvious when you get in there and you start using it, but many people don't know that Member Deals is right in the website under the $. And I think this screen right here tells a really great story and helps the member to see some of the things that we have to offer with entertainment, movie discounts. And so I just want you to get used to using this, and I want you to use each of these icons and show people some of these deals, and then do the same thing when you're onboarding your new team. So when we get to Super Saturday, we're going to walk you through the actual tour of the whole app and how to sell it and how to use it, and how to find deep dives, the best highlights for the benefit partners that we have to offer. So honestly, if you weren't using these deals, we wouldn't be having all these new partners want to partner with us. Some of these big companies that at first maybe didn't quite see the vision that are now calling us and saying, oh my gosh, you've grown so much. We'd love to be a part of you. So I want to thank you so much for being the better part of Bryte Lyfe and making this grow and be possible. And then lastly, I want to say that we have global access and international access, but we also want to focus on local benefits. Every single one of you in this room knows someone who has a great company that could be a benefit to us. Many of you have a company that would be a great benefit to us. So I want you to know that I want to hear from you. I want to collaborate with you. I want to talk to you. I want you to make some introductions, if you will. But you will be a part of the growth of how we develop our membership programming over time. And thank you so much all for your support. Enjoy the day.
Give it up for. Give it up for.
Give it up.
Check, check. Okay, we're back. Okay, give it up for Eva one more time. All of what she just showed you, like we said, is live in the app. You can literally go do it right now. There's a button for all of the actions. That's one of the things that I wanted to point out is that inside of the new Live Life experiences, everything has a button. So there's a new button for member deals. There's a button for World Vantage. All of the categories have a button. So if you have to send an email to the concierge, the button inside of the app opens up your email box and prepares the email to concierge. So literally it's all seamless inside of the app. So we encourage everybody to use the app experience. This week, all of these new updates will be live on our new website. So this week, the new website goes live, brand new design. It's gonna hopefully feature some of you guys in your testimonials. So I need that this weekend. So if you have a good savings screenshot it, send it to concierge@brytelyfe.com and send your photo of the trip, send screenshot of your savings, and write a good testimonial that will be visible on the new site. So that's your one homework assignment already in helping us because we want to get some new, fresh testimonials, pictures with the signs. We've already got some from Miami and from the Bahamas and from Tulum, but we need more. We want your content. We want this to be fresh and new trips, new testimonials, because when we launched last year, we only had testimonials about me and the business. We had nothing about the actual product because nobody had booked anything yet. Nobody had gone anywhere. So the new website has got a totally different layout, like what the document was that you saw, where it shows travel life, give life, live life, well life, and then bucket list life, which is all of the free life and so customer loyalty and customer appreciation. It's all now on the website. Plus, there's a preview button that you will see, and I'm going to give you some other things later today from a marketing standpoint that are all going to be live in the new site. So now you're in for a treat. And for me, I had already heard about Danella before we got on the phone recently talking about what her goals are, what some of the things are she's doing, obviously what we're doing here with Bryte Lyfe. And there was just so much synergy. And I have to tell you, I've been doing this a long time, and there's very few people that have been to as many places, that have done as much, that have written as much about travel, spoken at travel events. She's been the keynote speaker at huge travel trade shows for the industry. She's represented the cruise line industry. I mean, she's got her own TV show called Traveling with Danella that's syndicated across the country. And she actually helped us create a little 30-second Bryte Lyfe commercial that she's going to be using because she is also a brand new member of Bryte Lyfe. So having her today here is a huge deal. So please give it up for world-renowned travel expert and travel guru, the female version, Miss Danella Richard.
Guys, let's start with a quick little video. Let's see if it works.
Oh, wait, are you ready?
Yeah,
video.
Hold on. Go back. Let's see. Okay, ready?
See?
Back.
No.
Almost. We're getting there. That's right. Nice shoes. Thank you. I know I have to slip back to two games with West, right?
I don't know.
All right. We are there. But let's see. Oh,
You have to turn off the microphone. Turn off the microphone, then it'll run the phone, then it'll run the audio.
oh. Right. So big. I'm gonna have to take this with you. All right, let's try this. Okay. All right. Try now, guys.
That's why when we travel, it's so much more fun.
Should I try now? All right. Test it, 1, 2, 3.
Dr. Mike, can't do Mike, can't
No
do Mike.
mics.
No, Mike.
All right, you guys having fun in Vegas?
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
You won some money. Wow.
I don't gamble.
No, tell me that you lost some money.
No.
When it's made.
You. Well, good luck tonight. For any of you that gamble tonight, I hope you leave here if you're in.
Try it again, click it again.
Hope you win some money.
All right. No.
All right.
Run.
All right. If it doesn't work, then I'm just gonna kind of tell you guys what you're seeing. Let's see.
Oh, no, you know,
Ready?
Try that.
Let's see. Sometimes.
Yep.
Right.
Danella Richard. I've made a career traveling the world. I've worked for some of the biggest names in travel. And now I traded in my business suit for a swimsuit. Swimming with the sharks, swinging at the edge of the world, throwing back a few shots, or shall I say spirits, eating some of the best cuisine, and even making a few furry friends along the way. They invite me to come along with me and discover the world. All right, all right. Bring back the audio on the mics, but can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. No. No.
Yeah.
All right. Bring up the mic, guys. Bring up the microphone. Yes. All right. 1, 2, 3.
You gotta push it.
All right.
How do you walk?
Tessie,
Oh,
you're asking, how do I walk in these heels?
yeah.
Well, honey, when you are height deficient, you make it work. All right, good morning again, everybody. I am Danella Richard, and I am the lady who enjoys swimming with sharks, as you saw, swinging at the edge of the world in Ecuador, throwing back a few shots, yes, of course, as well as having monkeys jump all over my head and taking helicopters up and landing on icebergs in Alaska. How many of you also enjoy swimming with sharks? I got one. Got one who will come on one of those bucket list trips with me, right? All right, that'll work. Well, I have to tell you, I've had an amazing life, what I call a journey of a lifetime in this travel space. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about my background and how I got here, how I got started. So in 1995, I was a student at the HBCU, Southern University in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Any Jaguars out there? But you guys know the university. All right. So I was a student at Southern in my senior year. And my professor came to me and gave me the opportunity to go and study abroad in Harare, Zimbabwe. Now, I've never been to Harare, Zimbabwe. I had never been out of the country. My family from Louisiana. They from one of the country parts of Louisiana called Opelousas. All right? We'd been to Vegas, but we sure had not been out of the country. There you go. That's what we know for Buddha and Zydeco music. All right? So yes, I went off to live in Harare, live full immersion with a family. And I fell in love with Zimbabwe. At that time, the president was Robert Mugabe. Anybody heard of Robert Mugabe? Right? And in neighboring South Africa, there was a new president. The year was 1995. Who was that president? Somebody, I heard it. Nelson Mandela. That's right. So here I was living in Southern Africa in a very memorable time, having a chance to go to Victoria Falls, hanging out in Johannesburg, Cape Town, you name it. I was loving my life in Southern Africa. When it was time to come home, I did not want to come back home, but I had to come back home to graduate. So I graduated from Southern University with a degree in broadcast journalism. I moved to Dallas, Texas, went to work for a television production company, and my first job was production manager, producing a travel show called Destinations. We had a beautiful host, thank you, beautiful host. Her name was Alice Corone. And I would send Alice Corone all over the world along with a production team, production crew, videographers. And they'd bring back the footage and we'd produce these amazing shows that went on United. But there was one problem. Guess what that was? I was back at the office. I wanted to travel too. So at that point, I decided to explore my options. What could I do in this travel space more permanently? And so I ended up going work for a travel company. And from that first travel company, it opened the door for me to go and work for Hilton Worldwide. It was at Hilton Worldwide where I went to work in global marketing, working at that time for the real Hilton family. I used to work with Barron Hilton. Okay, some of you know that name, right? All right. From there, I went to work in the cruise industry. First with Norwegian Cruise Line, and then on to work for Holland America and Carnival Corporation. While at Holland America, we had an opportunity to bring out one of our new ships. And we had a very impressive godmother. And that godmother, you guys, was Oprah Winfrey. So as you can see, I've had an opportunity to have an amazing career, meeting Oprah, being on the cover of Travel Weekly magazine, studying abroad, and traveling the world. Now I gotta tell you, in the cruise industry, I loved it. I was an executive. My dream was I wanted to become president of one of these cruise lines as the first Black female president. And I was on track. I was on track. Thank you. But then something happened. The date was March 13th, 2020. Anybody know what happened?
Oh,
COVID-19. We had ships out at sea all around the world that we had to bring in, get people home, get them off those ships. We had people that had died on those ships and we couldn't even talk about it. But we started bringing those ships in, getting them back to America. And once everybody got back home, then we had to start looking in the organization and realizing that we were going to have to cut heads. We were going to have to cut back in order to survive. When COVID-14 first happened, we thought, oh, 90 days, maybe 6 months. We look up, it was a year and a half that cruise ships went without passengers. Name any other industry that happened to. None. So the writing was on the wall. I had to lay off over 40 people from my team. And as I'm feeling sorry about having to lay all these people off, guess what happened next? I got laid off too. Right? I was like Craig on Friday. Man, I done lost my job. What I'm gonna do now? We was all at home, y'all remember. We on lockdown, we couldn't go to church, we couldn't go to the movies. All we could do was order food in. Y'all remember that?
yeah.
I was ordering food in, but I had started my own sip and paint classes on my balcony.
Nice.
I was out there sipping and painting and sipping and painting. And then Jerry right here said, wait a minute, Danella, you're doing too much sipping and not enough paint. What you gonna do next? And I said, you know what? I'm gonna go back to my roots. I'm gonna go back to television because right now people need to understand more than ever that we will travel the world again. Because borders were closed, you guys. Y'all remember that we couldn't go nowhere. Borders were closed. It was scary. We were wondering, will we ever travel the world again? So we started the television show Traveling with Danella. And before you knew it, now almost 5 years have passed. We've won several television telly awards. We are nationally syndicated in over 40 cities throughout the United States. And if we're not in your city, then you can watch us on Apple TV, also Roku, as well as Tubi. So look us up and check us out.
Yeah.
All right. So as you can see, I had to make a pivot. I had to turn those lemons into lemonade. And we created this travel show that I'm having the chance to travel all over the world and film and tell destination stories. And I think all of you know by now, if you're in this room and you travel just a little bit, you know it's addictive. It's like crack. Once you start traveling, you get hooked. Which brings me to say, who invited you here today? Who invited you to Bryte Lyfe to become a member? Obviously, whoever that person is, they know you pretty well, probably. And you probably trust them. Well, I gotta say, a friend of mine who I'd known over 20 years, hadn't really heard from in many years, but knew I'm addicted to travel. So he knew calling to tell me about Bryte Lyfe, I'd be on board. And that friend is in this room, and that's Mr. Antoine McVeigh, giving it up. So like all of you, when Antoine started to tell me about Bryte Lyfe, I quickly saw I got the vision. As soon as I joined, I booked 6 trips. The benefits are that good. I was sold. So whoever told you about Bryte Lyfe, take it from me. As Wes said, I knew about this 20 years ago because we all ran in the same circles. Okay? So I knew, I saw the vision. I immediately got the vision. So I stand here as one of you, as a member of Bryte Lyfe, talking to you about it today to say, hey, I'm psyched and I'm ready to go. Now, as you guys start to think about your bucket list destinations, how many of you already qualified for your bucket list trips? Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. A lot of you in the room. That's exciting. I can't wait till I get there because I'm a newbie. I'm not there yet. But let me tell you, as you travel the world with Bryte Lyfe, don't just take pictures. Don't just do videos. Capture your journey. Capture it. Write it down. Do any of you in the room journal? Anybody? Got a couple, a few. All right. Well, I'm a journaler. And that started for me in 1995 when I studied abroad. And I got to tell you, journaling is powerful because to be able to go back and read when I am driving through Victoria Falls and seeing the different colors of the waterfalls and the rainbow colors and monkeys all around me and the people, and to go back and look at how I was thinking, what was happening, the people who were in my life all those years ago. That's the power of journaling. I became so passionate about journaling that we recently created a travel journal, and it is called Traveling Grace. And guess what? Some of you leaving here with a copy today. Now, we're gonna try to make this special for some of you in the room. Who has a birthday today?
Oh, it was last week.
All right. Who has a birthday tomorrow? Who had a birthday the day before, other than Jerry, because he just had a birthday. Anybody else? All right. I heard somebody say they have a birthday coming up.
Last week.
Last week. You too, Sarah. 2 weeks. You?
May 13th.
May 13th. All right. And who else?
Orange Day.
What is the day?
Orange Day.
June 8th. Oh, you're in June. All right. All right. Jerry, bring up those journals to me. All right, you guys, stand up. Come on, Sarah, stand up. No. Young, you also. Yeah, birthday coming up in you. All right. So I have travel journals for all of you. All right. So give them a round of applause. All right. All right. So this is Traveling Grace. I want to encourage all of you as you are on this journey with Bryte Lyfe. Capture it, journal it. It doesn't have to be in Traveling Grace, but I promise you, this beautiful piece of work will bless you if you decide to get a copy because it is on Amazon. So you guys, these are coming to you that one. But all I really want to say is just like you, I am a Bryte Lyfe member. I'm excited and I cannot wait to travel the world and be on trips with many of you. So I'm going to close this, and all I have is one question, and that is, are you ready? Right. One more time, are you ready? Awesome, awesome, because I know I am. So let's do this. Because one thing I know, this is the smallest group you will ever see for one of these conferences. So happy anniversary, happy birthday, and let's get ready to grow and roll. Let's back to the stage.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Respect it, dolls. You're so much. Love it.
It's okay. You don't have a plan, but I want. Let's see. We go travel. Yeah, I really see at the end. That's all. I would. I could definitely give her a cover book. I feel okay. It's all right. Anybody else see anything you can say? Okay, the family here. What? Thank you.
Okay.
All right, all right. Give it up for Danella. I mean, this is a really big deal. I mean, she's going to be sharing the Bryte Lyfe commercial that we made on before and during all of her shows. So, I mean, it doesn't get any bigger than that. I mean, like I said, she's been written up in multiple publications and spoken at all of these events. So people don't even start travel companies or do business in the travel space and not consult with Danella. And she's been blown away. She actually already used the app to book trips. And she's like, man, I've never seen anything like this. And so having her on board adds so much credibility for us when you can see people that are this famous in the travel space with as much experience as I do in travel, when they're endorsing us and putting their name on what we're doing, and they're becoming a member. So they're choosing to become a member. They're not, this isn't a paid endorsement. Danella's incredible. And by the way, can you hand me my journal out of my bag there? This journal, I'm blown away. I mean, you should order this because I'm telling you, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen. It's super nice. It could be a keepsake. So for those of you traveling with your loved ones, I mean, my dad passed away, as most of you all know, this last November. And we took several trips together because I've been blessed through this industry. And I would have loved to have had this book for those trips because inside of here It's got on here, you can put your passport stamps in here, you can put your thoughts, what you saw. It's got the place to put your bucket list. She calls it my living list. What a great way to look at it. And so it's all here in this binder. It's incredible. So you should go get it. She's going to be bringing them to Orlando in August. You'll be hearing about that in just a little bit. So you definitely want to get that. I would get it now so you can start using it now and put your bucket list in there and make this your Bryte Lyfe journal. I'm going to even see if maybe I can get her to make some that say Bryte Lyfe on them. I'd love it. So give it up one more time for Danella. She came out here to be with us this weekend. She wanted to soak it in, so she's here as a participant as well. So we're just blessed to have her. So now get to bring up our new director of field sales. And there really isn't a better person for that role because he's been doing this now for over 30 years. And he's made it to the top in every company. It didn't matter what the product was. It didn't matter what the service was. There is a very unique genetic DNA code inside some of these very rare leaders that I've come into contact with in my business career. And so when you get a chance to learn from him, not only is he passionate about helping others, he's helped so many people be financially free. And that's one of the reasons why when he calls people, they take the call. Right? You want to get to a point where you're someone like Denson. So when you call people, they always answer because Denson brings value everywhere he goes and he walks the walk and talks the talk. He is a living, breathing example of what he preaches, which is one of my favorite chapters from Rudy Giuliani's book, Leadership, where he said, I was never too good to do something that I asked my people to do. I would be right there with them. Rudy Giuliani, when he became the mayor of New York City, he actually rode the routes with the sanitation dump trucks that were picking up the trash in New York City to try to be able to experience what they were experiencing so he could make the company better, make the business better, make the city better. And so Denson is a perfect example of true servant leadership. So please give a huge round of applause to Mr. Denson Taylor.
West makes you really feel good about yourself. I appreciate that. Yeah. All right, so what I'm going to talk about today, and I'll make this very brief, is kind of a business strategy because I'll tell you what I love so much about what we're doing here is this. This is about lifestyle. I want you guys to really get focused on designing your lifestyle. Now, what do I mean? And which Lyfe, okay, I misspelled life. But we want to help you to design your lifestyle. Now, I want you all to think about this. Who, with your current lifestyle, think about it this way. Life is what God gives us, right? But how we choose to live it is what lifestyle. Who in here, if it was anything you could change about your lifestyle, who would change something about your lifestyle right now? What you spending your time every day doing? I think all of us would, and that's what I love so much about this business. So let me tell you just a little bit about myself first. I hate to come after somebody like Danella because, okay, let's see here. Yeah, because, she is so accomplished and, that kind of thing. My deal is network marketing. I've been network marketing, my wife and I, for over 30 years. But we have gone to the top of several major companies. We've made millions of dollars in the industry. But the thing of it, guys, is this. Like Wes said, I don't care what company we were with. It was like the same play, different team. Does that make sense to you guys? Yeah. And what we did when we started 30 years ago still works today. Yes, we do have the internet now. But let me ask you guys this. We do live in an internet age, and there's a lot that we can do to support our business online. But who in here right now feels like humans will always be in contact with other humans? Absolutely. Okay, you're right. I mean, just think about it. Nobody's going to stop talking to people and live in a box and that kind of thing. We got a taste of that during COVID. What did we want? We wanted to be back with people. It's something called revenge travel where people have actually, you know, it's like they're traveling for revenge because we couldn't travel. See, when something is taken away from you, you want to do it more. Perfect business to be in. So again, we've been involved full-time network marketing for over 30 years. Our first company, I want to share this experience with you. And my clicker is, okay, great, it's working. Every company goes through 4 different phases of growth, okay? And the first phase is formulation. And then, of course, and that's where we are right now. The second phase is concentration. Then you've got momentum, then stability. Now, our first company was this is great, all these TVs. Like, I'm looking back at this, but it's like 50 other TVs in here. So I can look at this anyway. Okay, great. Our first company was a company called Excel Telecommunications. And at the time, I was actually in real estate. I had my own company. I was a real estate broker. And you know, I understand why they call some brokers brokers, because most times when I, you know, drove people around showing them houses, I was broker than the people I was showing houses to. But that's another thing. So anyway, we get involved in Excel Telecommunications. And I remember a publication came out and it showed incomes, right? One guy was at 514,000. Another person was at 100 and some thousand. And I'm sitting here, I'm like, well, you know how you try to justify your situation? I said, well, I made over 100,000 last year. You know, I'm doing good. And I saw it was for the month. I could not sell another house. I had closings that I couldn't go to because I'm like, man, you know, how did this happen? Well, that company started up in 1988 to take advantage of the deregulation of long distance, which is about $100 billion a year industry. But of course, it was only a domestic company as well. But the top money earner there got involved in that company when they had about 20,000 or so distributors. Okay, he was one of my mentors, a guy named Paul Orbis. And, you know, Paul, I learned a lot from Paul. He was from a small town in Paducah, Kentucky. You know, this is what he used to say. He was like, I was so country that we had to go to a town to go hunting. Okay, no animals out there where they live. But this guy went on to make over $1 million a month in that company, where my wife and I got involved kind of on the back end of momentum. All right, momentum is that point where after concentration, I believe we're going into concentration now. I'll tell you why. Everything is set up with this company, okay? I think about it like when I leave out of here, it's to a whole nother level. Why? Because you talk about designing your lifestyle. If you could change something about the way that you fly, would you rather fly commercial or private?
Private.
Okay, if you change something about like how you spend your leisure time, or maybe with your leaders, would you rather go to the Holiday Inn or do it on a yacht?
Yeah.
See, it's lifestyle design, right? I mean, we're about to take this thing to a whole nother level. So that's where concentration comes in. Because guess what? When you leave out of here, you might say the same things, but you're going to say it differently to people. Does that make sense? Yeah. They're gonna say, Lanisa, man, there's something different about you. I better get in, right? And that's how companies go into momentum. And then, of course, they go into stability. Well, this is what happened with us. We became the top money earners of our era in that company. Paul was the top money earner overall, but the difference was this. He got involved in formulation before the company hit that momentum curve. We actually got involved on the back end of momentum. Okay, so, and the difference was this. We were both top money earners, but this guy actually was making over 16 million a year, $1.2 million a month.
Wow.
Folks, he was a baseball coach, making about $30,000 a year, and went to making 1.2 million a month. Okay, and our top month was 120,000. Now, can you imagine making that kind of money, wondering what you're doing wrong? Man, why can't I get this thing on track? But what could I not fix in that situation? I couldn't go back in time. So I always look for that next, you know, that next opportunity, that right opportunity. But I want to just validate all this for you, okay? I might need to send over here. Let's see. All right, so this was something that the company did, big November. Okay, me and my wife. I still look the same. Yeah, right. Okay. Now, you'll notice here, in fact, I hadn't done this in so long as far as, no, it doesn't work up there. But This guy here, I'm gonna point these three guys out here. This guy, Paul Orbison, he's a $1 million a month guy. This guy here was the one that put the concept of it all together, okay? Like Wes is the owner of this company, but he put the concept of the comp plan together. Well, Steve Smith lived in Texas. This is what he told us. He said that he used to sell chili peppers on the side of the road in a pickup truck. Had to borrow a couple of $100 from his father-in-law to cover the back of the pickup truck with chili peppers. But he was sitting in the truck drawing circles. Kurt saying, okay, well, you know, you get three and they get three. He ended up becoming he was worth $700+ million. Okay, in that run. You all remember a TV show called Gunsmoke?
Yeah.
He bought the town that they saw. They were auctioning the town off. Guy lands in his helicopter, gets off. He bought the whole town. How do you buy a whole town? People, plumbing, he bought it all, right? So it changed his life, to say the least. And then Kenny Trout. Kenny Trout became a multi-billionaire. This guy won the Triple Crown. Is that Wes knows Kenny very well. We were mentored by Kenny, but guess what? He won the Kentucky Derby and all of them that year. And he has, I didn't know this, but Wes was telling us he's got the most beautiful ranch out there, period. And all of that from what? A word of mouth business. Long distance guys, you have to understand the power of this. So, you know, this is yours truly and my lovely wife, and, you know, we still look the same. All right, now. But we found ourselves, our lifestyle totally changed. We found ourselves on private jets, helicopters. They actually had me think about getting a helicopter at one time. And we were getting off those private jets and the limousines, you know, getting mentored. But the next company that we went to was the one that Paul started once they sold Excel, Fortune High Tech Market. We were the first ones to go through 50,000 a month in that company. And then we went to a company that did it first in travel. Yeah, anybody ever heard of a company called YTB? It was called Your Travel Biz. Well, we got a $50,000 bonus with that company. But what am I telling you? It was nothing different, guys. It's all the same. How will we make $500,000 a month here? It's all the same. It's the same play. So the bottom line is this, and this is what's so significant about where we are. Number one, we've got around 2,000 members right now. Again, Paul got involved in that company when they had about 20,000. We got about 2,000 members. Do y'all get that?
Yeah.
You should not be able to sleep at night if you understand what I just said. Okay? Because we got something that's a whole. Guess how many people got excited when we hooked them up with long distance service? Man, I got 10 cents a minute, man. No, it didn't happen, right? And then, of course, travel is a lot more fun. It's in high demand. It's simple qualification. Let me see how sharp you guys are. How many do you need to qualify here? You know what we had to do in that company? We had to get three to get three.
Yeah.
Then three more had to pay 600. And then we moved to the next level and started making money. Then they had to get three to get three. And three people paid 600 to move to the next level. Then we had to help 5 people do that. You had to get two. And because we only put 2 in, we're putting people below other people.
Yeah, yeah,
So you might only have to get 1.
yeah.
And I'll just tell you this, if you can't do this one, and it's a powerful complaint. I wouldn't worry about network marketing if you can't do this business. So it's a simple 3-step process. Number one, what do you think you need to do first? Qualify with 2. Now, this is what I love so much about 2 and 3, guys. This is very significant in moving this company into momentum. Number one, it qualifies you for a free membership. Who in here is qualified for 2 and 3? So what does this mean for this group? This means that they do not have to pay the monthly fee anymore. Now, those of you that are 2 and 3, who's going to quit? Okay. So now, that's key, guys. That's a big deal. The next thing is, did you guys realize you get your money back in the form of travel dollars, free travel? So when you refer your 2, you get free travel. I booked an extra room here, okay, at the Hilton, and it was $58. With taxes, it was $70, but it didn't cost me anything. Why? Because I put $70 in that little box They said, how many travel dollars do you want to use? Yeah, I don't know what it is, man, but the bed sleeps a lot better when you don't have to pay for it. And then it qualifies you for the entire comp plan. Guys, from a simple duplication of 2, this thing pays up to Tracy $500,000 a month. Has any of you guys just started dreaming again? You know how you buy a lottery ticket, right? I did this with a guy recently down in Florida, okay? He buys a scratch off every day he buys a scratch off, big bag. So we actually went to see somebody a little bit out of town. So we're on the way back to town. He gets a scratch off, and he's scratching it off. I was driving. He was like, Denson, man, it looks like, man, I might have won $2,000. If I win 2,000, I give you 500. I said, well, that's fine. I didn't do anything for it. And then he kept scratching. He said, I may have won 2 million. Yeah. And if I win 2 million, I give you 200,000. So I'll take it. Well, you know what? I'm thinking in my mind, what am I gonna do with $200,000, right? I'm dreaming again. I'm like, man, 200,000. You know, what would I do if this guy gave me 200,000, but the ticket didn't win anything, right? But my point is this: you have to start dreaming again. What is your life? How are you gonna redesign your life with 500 grand a month, 125,000 a week? Anybody ever gotten an email from Wes saying you got money today on Friday? Who's got the email? Who got the email yesterday? All right, so what is going to happen when that email says that you just put $125,000 onto your Bryte Lyfe card? Have y'all thought about that? What is it going to be? And you know what Paul Orbison taught me about residual income? This is what he said, because he talked real country. He said, Nancy, you can spend it all this month because it's going to come right back next month. I wouldn't recommend that, but hey, $125,000 a week, right? Weekly residual income. Now, step number 2. What do you think we want to do now? First off, you know what I found? This is the weirdest thing. When a person makes a decision that they're going to get there too, they do it within 24 hours. Y'all might say, there's no way you can get to in 24 hours. Well, I don't know how they do it. Like Ann Jones, she got her 2 in her first 24 hours. How does that happen? It's just making a decision. It's not a big deal. There's 2, guys. It's not 10. Now, the second step, qualify your 2. Help your 2 to qualify. Why? So they can qualify for their free membership, get their money back in the entire comp plan. All we do from here is duplicate. You know why this comp plan excites me so much is because I understand the power of duplication. That's the key to making money in network marketing. That's what most people don't get. It's all about duplication. If you can help another person do what you did and then teach them to help people to do what they did, guess what? You can't help but be successful. Now, what if we got something that literally anybody can do, that they would want to do? You think people want to be part of like the Nella's lifestyle? We don't call it my lifestyle now because we're about to try, but we have to. It's our job now. And number 3, teach a 2 to help their 2 to qualify. Listen, it can't be that simple. It can't be that simple. No. I'm telling you, I got doctors in the room. I got lawyers in the room. Where's Paula? All right, Paula is a lawyer. She's a big-time defense lawyer. You know what I talk to her about too? Oh, it can't be this. No way. I said, Paula, look. It's this simple. No, I'm in court all day, every day. They're running my pressure. I'm like, Paula, this is not that. This will help your blood pressure, man. But the bottom line, guys, is this. It's just hard to believe. Now, what do you think happens when you follow this 3-step process? Guess what? You follow this 3-step process, you become a Lifer 300. So now you've got a free membership. You're getting a bucket list trip each and every year. You know, I went in and I priced the one that Maldives, and we got Dubai. Do y'all realize those are $5,000 trips? Wes is not giving us a discount on that. It's paid for. Like my first one, I hope it's Dubai. If I can go with your dad to Dubai. And I tell everybody this, I'm going to actually steal the road so I can do my presentation on the road. Now, I was thinking about doing that, but I don't think I'm going to do it now because I hear Chris that when you commit a crime in Dubai, they don't play. Okay? Still a road, you might get your hand cut off. So I'm gonna buy a robe, okay? I'm not gonna play like that. So now, let's talk about something that we've always dealt with, travel parties. Now, I know some of y'all looking at me like, man, I don't want to start back doing these meetings, man. Man, this is not, look, guys, just trust me. It's okay. Who got together with a group to watch the Super Bowl? Anybody? Okay, so if two people got together, do y'all ever do you get together with your people for Thanksgiving?
Yes, no.
Two people, okay, when Christmas? Do y'all see your family and all this? This is a tough group, Sean, I'm telling you. Now, this is what you want to do, okay? If you found a way to travel the world for free or wholesale and make money in the process, because guess what goes perfectly with travel? Passive residual income. If you found a way to do that and you knew that it bars down, it was for real, who would you tell about? Okay, so let's say you're busy, because I know, a lot of you guys are very busy. You got businesses and other things that you're doing. What do you think would be the most effective way for you to go on and get this in front of everybody? Rip the Band-Aid off, get it in front of everybody, and go on and get your tooth.
All in one shot.
Cook something, okay? But don't. I tell you what, I got one of my good friends back here, John. Okay, now I was at John's house, and I walk in, man, it was smelling good. I said, man, it's smelling too good in here. He had cooked chicken wings and pigtails.
Nice.
So by the time we finished the presentation, it was smelling so good that when we got the sign up, everybody was like, man, where the pigtails? So we lost the whole crowd, right? So don't cook anything too good. Maybe get some chips and Sprite. So if they waste it, they won't make a stink. But my point is this. Get a group of people together at your home, people that you know, love, and care about, people that you have influence with, and just show the plan. Just show the plan. And you know what? It doesn't matter. They either gonna see it or they're not gonna see it. But if you never show it, they're not gonna see it. And what'll happen is somebody else will contact the person that you could have had in your business. And because you only need a key person on your left and a key person on your right to set you financially free and redesign your lifestyle, you'll never get over it. You'll see what I'm saying. Just go on and rip the Band-Aid off and show as many people as you can. Now, one thing that we're doing is this. We're coming up with a travel party system. We probably call it the Sweet 16 travel party system. Okay, and I will show you what we're going to do with it. Okay, let me stay on track here. We got a simple funnel system. I've taught this in every business for years. Number one, you want to make a list. Okay, now you might say, well, yes, I want to make a list. That's fine, but make a list. You want to dump the list in a funnel, and it's very simple. At the other end, you're going to get a yes or a no. Yeah. Okay, it's just that simple. And how does it work? Well, first, when you make the list, you want to contact those people. Write this question down. Very simple question. If you had more money and more time, what would you do more of? If you had more money and more time, what would you do more of? Nobody's going to say work. Nobody's going to say take more pills. Nobody's going to say put more patches on. No, what are they going to say? Travel, right? So you're going to contact the people that you know. Keep it simple. Because I'll tell you something about working in a systematic way like this. You could be day one. I'm going to show you how you could beat Wes Melcher at this, okay? Because nobody is better than Wes. You know how he eloquently presents and all that. Nobody is better than Wes. Now, let's say that you kind of get your pitch down. If you had more time, more money, what would you do more of? Person says travel. Okay, great. I got something you got to see. If they say work, they'll show it. But if they say travel, I got something you got to see. Because do you have something that they need to see based on what we have?
Yes.
Absolutely. So now, let's say that Wes is the travel expert. You don't know anything about anything. You make a list of 100 people. Wes makes a list of 10 people. Okay, and let's say that West is 90% good, but you're only 10% good. Who's gonna win?
Us.
That's right. You're gonna win. Why? Because 10% of 100 is 10. 90% of 10 is what?
9.
9. So guys, look, activity will offset the lack of experience. Does that make sense to you guys? So just contact. Don't say something different to every person. Just ask them. Like Lenisa, if you had more time, more money, what would you do more of? Travel. Mercedes, if you had more time, more money, what would you do more of? Okay. I mean, you all with me there? Doc, if you had more time and more money, what would you do more of? Okay. Chris, more time, more money, man. What would you do more of? Okay, Sean. See, Sean is different. This is gonna work on Sean. Sean, if you had more time, more money, what would you do more of? So you had to say it. He wanted to say something else, but he had to say it. And then what is your next step? I got something you got to see. Now, you make your contact, right? Now, what's the next thing? STP. What do you think that stands for? The plan. Show the plan. Show the plan. Oh, listen, I don't know if I can present like Wes. Well, you know what? Nobody can present like Wes. Get over it. But I can tell you this. Y'all can say, look, this him. This is him. Even if you can't read good, just go, Yeah, you don't even have to say anything. See this is it right here. If they can read, they got it, okay? And just go through it, guys, because you have to understand. I've always told people about presenting. They don't know what you're supposed to say, right?
Right.
You all see what I'm saying? All you got to say here is, look, we got, how many hotels we got now?
3 million.
3 million. So we'll change the 1 to 3, but they don't know that. You look at it and say, we got 1 million hotels. Just keep it simple, guys. We got a technology that nobody else has. We got access to events. It does not matter what you say. That's why I can open a PowerPoint at any time, never seeing it, and I've done this before, and do a presentation. You know why? Because I can read. I can read decent. And if I can't read good, you know what I would say here? We got golf. We got any kind of sport events you want to go to. You like concerts? We got tickets to Tupac and Biggie, man. You get your discounts on anything, right? Whatever turns your person on, right? But my point, guys, is this. This is the real deal here. You know, the bucket list trip, 5-star, getaways. And again, this is what's hanging a lot of people up. But you know what? And see what's going to happen is you're going to get to a point where they're going to say something back. Like, that's when you know you got them, right? They start grunting back. You know you got them. Okay. Now, I want you guys, and I know we're in Vegas. I know y'all were out late last night drinking, but I want y'all to do this for me. Hold your hand like this. Hold your elbow out. Okay, touch your nose. Okay, touch your nose. Some of y'all still, okay, been drinking. And now, do this. Okay, touch your nose again. Do this again. Okay, I want you to do that 10 times. Okay? Oh, boy, you guys are good. Okay, now, what are we doing? We are pointing people to a presentation. You can do that, right? Point people to, everybody has this, right? Okay, 5 minutes, I got you. Everybody has this site. And what is this site? Yes, I got the site. Yeah, you have this site. And that site address is join.brytelyfe.com/whatever your username is. Your username should be your first and last name. If you don't know your username, go change it to your first and last name, right? So point people to the presentation. Is professionally done. And guess what? You can't show it right to the wrong people, and you can't show it wrong to the right people. Does that make sense to you guys? You have to what? Just show it. Just do it. We also have webinars. Point them to the webinars, Sundays through Thursdays, 9 p.m. Eastern. And then, of course, the next part of the funnel is a 3-way phone call. Very, very simple, guys. Three, if somebody's interested, put them on the phone with your upline or sponsor. Okay, and then the last thing is ABC. You know what that stands for? Always be closer. Okay, and if you'll do that, once you get a person in the business, you do a home meeting, bam, fam. Book a meeting from a meeting. So if I do a meeting with these people here, and let's say we had 3 people or 4 people that got involved, guess what? I'm gonna say, Tammy. Yeah, let's say she picked an income level on the chart. Tammy, in fact, how much income would you like to see? Okay, so she said 7,500. I'm gonna show you how we're gonna bam fam book a meeting from a meeting. Tammy, let me ask you this. Would you like to get there slow or fast? Okay. Now you're gonna open your calendar or open your journal, and you want to look in your calendar like it is booked. You might have anything in your calendar, but look at it like it's booked. And I'm gonna say, Tammy, look, I'm gonna move something around here. Man, let's see. This person's gonna kill me. All right, 7 o'clock your house tomorrow night. See you then. Get everybody you can there. You all see what I'm saying? You see how I did that? I didn't ask her because if I'd asked her, well, what you think? She's gonna set it out and then cancel it because she starts thinking about it. So I'm at your house tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, period. It's done. So guys, my time is up. But the bottom line is this, okay? You make a list, you take people through the funnel, you're gonna get a yes or no. The no's don't exist. You focus on your people that say yes, help them to make a list and take it through the funnel. Now, it's one other thing I need to tell you guys about. It's a new game here that you can't lose. It's a new card game. I don't know if anybody's played this, but it's played with a regulation deck of playing cards. And it's kind of located back in the corner over here. In fact, let me see something here. Because I want to be sure. No, I don't want to go through all that stuff. I want to be sure that you guys get this. So it's played with a regulation deck of playing cards. And the way that works is this. If I give Mercedes a deck of cards, how many cards are in the deck? 52. Now, how many aces are in that deck? Now, Mercedes, if I said, okay, if you'll flip one card at a time, every time you get an ace, let's say this casino would pay you $1 million. Would you do it? Okay, she says yes. Now, what if it was a stipulation? They said, okay, you got to flip all cards to get all aces. You commit to get all aces out of the deck or no deal. Would you commit to flip one at a time to get all the aces? Yeah. Okay, no question. Now, how many cards might she go through before she gets to an ace if there's 52 cards in the deck with 4 aces? 48. Now, what if I only gave you 1 minute? How would that change your mindset? Yeah, I mean, what if you flip 5 cards with no aces? Would you say, I knew it wouldn't work? I can't do this. Okay, what if you got a 2 of clubs? Would you spend a lot of time trying to turn that into an ace? Guys, look, make a list of as many people as you can and take that same approach. Because guess what? If you get 4 aces here, 4 key people, guess what's going to happen? 500,000 a month. I'm just telling you. So guys, I appreciate the time. Looking forward to working with you and anything that we can do. You know, I've always worked where it doesn't matter what organization you're in. You know, we're going to help you. But one thing that we're going to do is this. We're going to help this company to go into momentum. We will create the highest paid group of network marketers in the world. And guess what? With us getting access now to private jets and yachts and that kind of thing, I'm going to tell you what my lifestyle design is. I live in Atlanta right now. We're moving to Florida on the water. Okay. Anybody that qualifies, I might make you get to 3,000. I don't know, but we're going to invite y'all down. We're going to rent a yacht. Okay. We're going to take you out on the yacht. We're going to do some training. We're going to show you lifestyle. We're going to take a private plane, maybe to New York for lunch. I mean, that's kind of lifestyle we're about to live. So you guys get ready because guess what? If you're making 500,000 a month, you got to do something. Boy, the politicians are gonna enjoy their money, right? So it's all here for us, and that's our business. So Wes, I appreciate you, man. I don't take the position for granted, and I'm telling you, I'm gonna work hard for you guys, and I really appreciate you guys. Love y'all.
Good job. Thank you.
All right. Well, let's give Denson one more big round of applause. He's done such an incredible job. Our brand new director of field sales. He is going to do an incredible job for all of you. He's going to be doing our brand new member fast start every Saturday. So every Saturday morning, we're going to have a new member fast start. We're incorporating all of the new product training. So we're building a very special training for this new member fast start. So he's going to be doing that every Saturday, except for on the Saturday that we have the Super Saturday, and we'll announce that later today. The next one's going to be in June. So anytime there's a Super Saturday, which is once a month, we won't have the new member training. Everybody will promote that Super Saturday. And then if we're not doing a Super Saturday, Denson will be doing the new member training. So this is actually the first time that we've had a guest speaker talking about non-Bryte Lyfe content specifically. Now, you could say that it's the most important content for Bryte Lyfe, but if you were on our training a couple of weeks ago, you got a chance to get a preview from this incredible couple. And I actually met them through one of my best friends, David Hughes, who's one of the premier real estate investment coaches really in the world. There's a lot of people that are like gurus or call themselves gurus that they make their money off of selling the courses, right? Because if you're that good at real estate, you don't really need to sell a course because you should just be out there building your real estate business, right? You always have to kind of consider the source of why it is that they're actually doing the selling and not actually doing what they're teaching. And so David is a great example of that. They have an incredible community. And so I met Chris and Tara through David, but I actually know their kids. They've been in the direct sales space and are online marketers, affiliate marketers that I've known for almost 20 years, since my World Ventures days. And so I got a chance to meet them. I love their mission. I love their energy, what they're about. And just to kind of give you a little background, they've spoken all over the country. They're passionate about marriage, obviously. They're coaches, speakers, trainers. They founded the Marriage Insights Institute, which is a breakthrough initiative transforming the way couples connect and communicate. After nearly 3 decades of marriage and in the ministry, they discovered what most relationship experts are missing in their practical personality-based system that works for all relationships. So kids, your business partners, your reps, influencers, your members, being able to work with them. And so they were frustrated by the same cycle of activities and books and counseling and kind of the guru mentality. And so Chris and Tara found that this was the missing piece in the business world. But Chris's background was as an executive corporate trainer. So they make an incredible team. And I think you're going to love what they share today. They, like I said, they charge thousands of dollars for this type of content. And they've spoken on stage with all the big names, Jim Rohn and multiple others. And so please give a warm Bryte Lyfe welcome for the first time on stage with us for Chris and Tara Borghese.
Is this on? Hey, you guys ready to have some fun? We're gonna continue the fun, right? So we got a joke here for you. All right? You guys like jokes?
Yeah.
Okay, here's the joke. Okay, so the lady wakes up. She gets up in the morning and she says, "Hey, I had a dream last night. Darling, I had a dream last night." And he's like, "What was your dream?" "Well, I dreamt of a bracelet and a ring and a necklace for my birthday. What do you think that it means?" And he's like, "Oh, I don't know. Maybe you should wait for your birthday." And so he gets her a package. And she anxiously awakens it and opens it up. And inside of it, she reaches down. It's a book. How to interpret your dreams. Guys, we just don't get it. We just don't get it.
Hello. So is he lying, women, ladies? Is he lying?
No.
Sometimes our husbands don't understand us. And that's the point of our entire existence. What we do for a living is because without a good understanding, we're bound to have a very bad misunderstanding. We don't need that on Wes until the very end. So that's a funny joke, but it is reality. So let me ask you, how many of you in here are married? Raise your hand. Raise your hand. Okay. Well, you know, the population is I think it's 8 billion right now of people out there, and more people are now deciding to get married where they weren't before. And so, like Wes said, we've been married 33 years coming up on, but I can honestly say that we haven't been happily married for 33 years. So it kind of took a turn for us at year 10 where we were kind of done, thought maybe this wasn't going to work. Maybe I married the wrong person. Maybe, we woke up one day and said, I don't really know who you are and I don't really even like you anymore. So we've been on a journey the past 20 some years trying to find the answer, and we couldn't find it. And so that we ended up meeting a gentleman who is, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about him. We went to the church, we went to counseling, we went to tons of marriage retreats, Weekend to Remember, which we kind of noted was Weekend to Forget because we couldn't remember a thing we learned at the Weekend to Remember. And so we decided, like, God, there's got to be something else out here missing. And really what that is we're all unique. And I can tell by looking out at this crowd that you guys do your own thing. Am I right?
Yeah.
Like you are trendsetters. You are not cookie cutter. And everything out there was kind of like that. It was cookie cutter. Do this. And I'm like, I'm never doing that. And Chris would be like, well, I would do it, but I'm not going to do it. So I want everybody to hold up your thumb. Everyone hold up your thumb. We've all got thumbs, right? You know what's unique is that not one person, there's 8 billion people on the planet right now, not one has the same thumbprint as you. Isn't that amazing? Like, how is that even possible? Well, another thing that you have that's different than everyone else is your personality. Have you kind of noticed that maybe your personality is a little bit different than maybe the person you're sitting next to, maybe the person you marry, maybe the people you're doing business with, your family members, your children? You probably, if you have more than one child, realize you can't raise your kid exactly the same because it doesn't work. And so the reason why you have a different thumbprint and why no one else has your exact thumbprint is because you have something to do to make an imprint on this world that only you can do. And it's the same thing with your personality. So Chris and I, we specialize in the model of human behavior, which those of you who were on the call a few weeks back, we kind of alluded to that. Well, what that is the DISC model of human behavior. For a show of hands, how many of you have ever taken a personality assessment in your life ever? Yeah, they're fun, aren't they? Because they teach you about yourself. But what we found a lot of times is it just kind of gives you a broad view of who you are, but then you walk away from there thinking, okay, now what do I do with this information? How does it change my life? And I love all the talks that were happening this morning. And one thing I kept hearing was, we want to be around people. right? So no matter what you do, and we went to the Atomic Golf last night with many of you and got a chance to meet a few of you. And we met a lady who is an elementary school teacher, somebody who's a construction foreman. Maybe there's some of you who are a nurse. I know you alluded to there's a lawyer here. So we may all do different things vocationally, but just like we are in the people business, you are in the people business. And you probably realize that. But how many of you have ever taken a class or a course or learned how to get along better with people? A few of you. Good for you. So, but that's like what, maybe 1% of this room raised your hand. It's not out there. It's not well known. So today, I'm excited. We want to do two things today. One, we want to show you something about yourself that maybe you've never seen before. And we all, so that you can go do something that you've never done before. And two, the other thing we would like to do is to help you reduce your stress and have more success in your relationships. Anybody want to have more success in your relationships? Yes. And so we're not going to stand up here and talk for the next few minutes. We have a very interactive, you're going to get out of your seats, you're going to move to corners, and Chris is going to lead you in that. So everybody's probably tired of sitting. So interactive, let's go.
Okay, so we're just a conversation. So we're having a conversation at your favorite coffee shop, right? And so just picture it, your favorite coffee shop. You're having a conversation with someone, and that's about an hour long. You're talking about your business. You're talking about your family, sports, the weather, not politics. We don't talk politics now, but you just talk about anything to get to know the person, because it's the first time that you're trying to get to know someone. So in that conversation, you're talking to them and you're saying, okay, this is cool. I'm getting to know you. We're chit chatting. You're getting to know me. It's good. And then all of a sudden you say, you know what? Are you more outgoing or are you more reserved? And so the person would probably say to you, well, it depends on the situation. It depends on who I'm talking to. It depends on a lot of things. Sometimes I'm reserved, sometimes I'm outgoing. And I would look at you and say, you know what? You're probably right. You're probably right, because we're like that. Sometimes I'm reserved, sometimes I'm outgoing. So we're a mix. We're just different that way. Okay, so now you're at a ball game. So I live in just north of Austin. Now, who's from Texas? I met a lot of Texas guys, Texas people yesterday. So you go to a ball game. So to the north of us, we go to the Ranger game. To the east of us, we go to the Astro game. So if I'm going to a ball game, I'm sorry, I'm going to take someone who's more outgoing, because I don't want to drag them to the stadium to get their hot dog and Coke and adult beverage. So, however, if I'm talking to someone, if I'm getting a surgery done, I don't want someone to say, hey, will you hurry up? It's 2:00. I got a tea time. We don't want that. We want them to be cautious. We want them to be calculated. We want them to be cool, because that's just how it works. So there's no right or wrong, good or bad difference between them. It's just, we're just different. We're just like that. So if I was to ask you today, in a nutshell, you could change your mind if you want to at the end of this conference, at the end of this training, you can change your mind. You're not pigeonholed. We're not trying to put you in a box. We're just trying to ask you one thing. Are you more outgoing or more reserved? So if I was to give you $1 million, now here it is. If I was to give you $1 million at the end of this conference, could you make a decision? Well, Chris, sometimes I'm outgoing, sometimes reserved, but I'm going to choose outgoing. How many of you would choose if you're outgoing? Okay. She stood up. Do you see that? Do you see the difference? Okay. How many of you would say I'm more reserved? Okay. All right. Very good. You see, there's no right or no wrong. We're just different. And we have to understand that when we're talking to other people. Okay. So if I could, she's a great example. If I could have a video, if this was a video camera, and I could show you what I could see out here, you would see, hey, that person outgoing is going, standing up, going, hey, look at me, look at me. And a reserved person would be going, looking around. So if you're from the outgoing, this is where she talks about, well, we're going to get to be interactive. We're going to get to out of our chairs, right? Because we're going to learn a thing or two about each other, about relationship marketing, how to connect to other people, because it's so important. It's so important, guys. This here is the keynote speaking how to connect with people. So if you're more outgoing, I want you to come up here and line up out here at the front if you're outgoing. If
Yeah.
you're
Just kind of come up here and fill out the front. And if you're, say you're more reserved, kind of find a place there where you can all gather. So we want like people that are reserved more towards the back, but not too far back, because we want you to be able to hear us. But reserved, move up to the front near the stage. I'm sorry, outgoing up towards the stage, reserved and more towards the back.
yeah, towards the Indiana Jones pinball machines. So if you guys want to just reserve people will be in the, you're there, and up here in the front will be the outgoing. This is gonna be fun. It's gonna be interactive, guys. As we head into lunch.
That's right. This is good. It's good.
Is this the outgoing line? Okay, I want you to go on up here if you can, somehow, maybe come out right here. The outgoing people. Are you outgoing or reserved? Reserve, okay. So reserved, I want you to stand back here. I want you to be back by the Indiana Jones and this line right here. So there's a good deal, mark of delineation between reserved and outgoing. Okay. Did you guys notice anything here? Did you guys notice even the gal who stood up? This here group was like talking, they're loud, they're boisterous, and this group here was like. Okay. Okay, so now we're continuing our conversation. Remember the conversation at the coffee shop? So that's the first question I asked you. Are you more outgoing or more reserved? Now, second question, as we get to know each other, as we're chit-chatting, as we're just talking about business and not politics, right? We're talking about business and our health, maybe our family. And then I popped the question, well, are you more task-oriented or you're more people-oriented? And you're gonna say, well, I'm a little bit of both. I'm like, you know what? You're right. Because a task-oriented person is someone who writes things down, gets things done. A people-oriented person, like we learned at Atomic Golf last night, was that they just want to socialize. They want to get along. They want to talk to people, right? So here's how you tell the difference. So I know you're still like, well, I'm not sure. Sometimes I'm task, sometimes I'm people. I know that. I'm not trying to pigeonhole you. I'm not trying to put you in a box. That's one of the things that I learned about early in this career was that I was making people feel uncomfortable. Like, how was I making them feel uncomfortable? Because I was pigeonholing them. I was putting them in a box. They're not all reserved. They're not all outgoing or reserved. They're not task-oriented or people-oriented. They're just different. And so I was pigeonholing people. So here's how you tell the difference between someone who's a task-oriented person or a people. So if you're task-oriented, you're late there at night, right? You're going to sleep and you have your notebook and you have your pad, you have your phone, and you say, okay, I got this done. Got that done. I didn't get this done. And so you pull out your notepad, you pull out your phone, and you make a note to yourself, okay, I need to get this done, I need to get that done. For people oriented, you're saying, oh man, I saw Carol, I saw Bob, I saw Ted, I saw Alice. They were all great. And Alice, she's getting married. Oh my gosh, oh, that's great. That's right. That's right. So if you're people oriented, that's what you're going to do. If you're task oriented, you're going to make a list, get it done. Here's another way to tell. So now if you're in a business world, okay, if you're in a business world and you have to get things done, you have to get things done, you have to get things completed and on time. And in that process, there are some people that got left behind. There's some people that got their feelings hurt. They got some people who just made a decision, I'm not going to do this anymore. And so you're a task-oriented person. You're going to say, well, I'm pretty sad that people are left behind and they're doing other things and they quit. But that's just collateral damage. I'm getting the job done. I got the job done. Now, a people-oriented person's like, oh, I feel like a dog. I mean, sure, I got Ted. He's got feelings hurt, and Carol, she's no longer with us. I mean, sure, we got things done, but goodness, these people are just now doing different things. And that's just not right. And so that's a people-oriented person. So if you're a people-oriented person, remember, this is the outgoing, and this is reserved. Okay? So if you're a people-oriented person, I want you to go to that side of the room. And if you're task-oriented, now again, I'm not trying to pigeonhole you. I'm not trying to put you in a box. In fact, you can make a decision to change decisions at the end of this conference. At the end of this training, you can make a decision. This is just for the sake of the training, all right? So if you're task oriented, I want you to go right here. And if you're people oriented, I want you to go over there. So stay in your respective groups. So if you're outgoing and reserved, so we'll have 4 groups: outgoing and reserved, task, and people. Okay, go ahead. If I was giving you $1 million, could you make a decision? By the end of this training.
Yeah.
You guys are doing great.
I gotta go. You
Got some people recruiting over here. The lady Bryte. Okay, so over here, we need this.
Okay, so over here, we need a line where if you said you were more outgoing, you're in that corner, you're outgoing. Over here, outgoing and people, and this is reserved and people. Reserved and people. So kind of. You gotta pick one, reserved, you're either outgoing or reserved.
Can you all stand here?
Oh, yeah, people's on this side.
Now, you can be reserved and people oriented. There's no, like, you don't hate people.
Can you all stand here so we can hear we're streaming it? So can you all stay together there? Yeah.
I hate people, because I'm not in the business of hating people. So you don't have to be. Okay, so where's this? Okay, so while we figure out between the reserved, so remember, this is outgoing and this is reserved. This is people oriented, outgoing, and people oriented reserved. So I want you, so are you outgoing or are you, so you're reserved? Okay, all right, very good. You guys are awesome. So these guys are the outgoing and people and fast outgoing and task oriented, right? So when you know that about yourself, then we can do different things. So your motto, so see if I get this right. There's 2 things I know about you based on conversations. And the 2 things I know about you are that you're either reserved or outgoing or reserved, task or people, right? And so because of those 2 things, I'm going to tell you everything about your life. Wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't it be great? I can tell you everything about your life. Okay, let's see how I do. All right. So you guys, your motto is that I'm going to lead, you're going to follow, but you're going to get out of my way. You're going to get out of my way because you get things done. You got people to see, places to go, and things to do. Get out of my way. The happiest day of your parents' life was when you moved out. It's not because you're a bad person. It's just all because, you know, that you're just an outgoing person. They got their house back. They got their house back because you didn't want them. You wanted to parent them. They didn't want to parent you. And so because of that, they got their house back. Okay. Okay. So that's so that bed at night, I want to be able to okay. So you are natural born leaders because you manage things, you lead things, you direct things, you make things happen. You're a natural born leader. Does that sound familiar? Okay. So now you have a secret fuel. Your secret fuel. Now these aren't wants. These are needs. Each one of you needs to partake in this because each group is going to have a secret fuel. Remember, these are not wants. These are needs. If this person is not getting this, they're going to feel drained. They're going to feel like there's something wrong with them. They're not going to feel energized. So their secret fuel, if they get it, they're going to say, woohoo! I got it. I feel good. You ready for your secret fuel? Okay, your secret fuel is getting results. How did I know that? I only knew 2 things about them. I knew that they like results because they're D's. They're dominant, they're decisive, they're direct, they're doers. Okay. So, but one thing about you guys, about the D's, remember the D's are dominant. They're outgoing and task oriented. They have a blind spot, and each of us have a blind spot. And that blind spot keeps us stuck. It helps us. And if we're not aware of it, we can't be aware of it. That blind spot is that sometimes you run over people. Because these people here are the kindest people in the world. This is the essence. We're going to talk about this in a second. And so therefore they feel afraid. So once you're aware of something, especially if I was married to you, I would say things like, oh my goodness, I love how you lead. I love how you get things done. I love how you make decisions for family. It's great until it's not. And that not is because people are feeling afraid. They don't understand you. But when you can understand yourself, that you can make yourself vulnerable and say, look, I need to be aware of it, then you will partake and listen to the other person that you're talking to. Because you don't want to run people over. That's not your intent, because you just like to get things done. You like to get results. And because of that, sometimes some people might think you are running them over. And so once you're aware of it, then you can be aware of it. Okay, so give a hand for our D's, our dominant. They're outgoing and task oriented. My people over here. That's right. My people here. Now this, remember, this is outgoing and people oriented. These are what's called the I's. So these are the D's, the dominant. This is the I for inspiring, influential. So these are the most exciting people.
No, you're fine.
Okay. These are the most exciting people in all of the world. You guys are enthusiastic. Look at that. You see that? What are the most exciting? I have a question for you. How many of you did extracurricular activities from middle school, high school, and college? How do they know that? How do they know? Because you know why? They didn't go to school to learn. They went to school because they wanted to have fun. They wanted to party. They wanted to socialize. They wanted to get to know people. See, I know this because I was there. I slept through most of my stuff. I went to Ohio State University with a 2.6 GPA. I didn't go to school to learn. I went to school to have fun. I was the captain of the basketball team. Yeah, let's go. All right. So these folks here, the happiest day of their parents' life was when they moved out because they got their house back. Now, you guys, the saddest day of your parents' life is when you moved out. Because why? Because when you moved out, it was boring. The fun left. Because you know why? You guys didn't ask for the party to be there. You were the party. You see that? Yeah, I know this by two things. I only knew two things about these folks. And so your secret fuel for the eyes, and remember, the eyes are outgoing and people oriented. Their secret fuel, if they're getting this, they're going to feel good. They're going to feel, woo-hoo! I feel good about myself. And this is what you remember. These are not wants. These are needs. These are needs. And their secret fuel is, and if they're getting it, they're gonna feel good. If they're not, they're gonna feel drained. They're gonna feel exhausted. This is not gonna be a happy people. And this is where a lot of marriages are, because we just don't know. And it's okay. We just don't know. Okay, their secret fuel is having fun. Having fun. Getting results while having fun. Yeah, that's right. That's right. So, but here's the thing. Okay, here's our blind spot. Be honest. It's my blind spot. Okay, here it is. Here it goes. Ready? Sometimes we have a hard time focusing. Don't. We have a hard time staying focused. See, how did I know this? How did I know this? I only use two things. I knew this. They have a hard time focusing. So once we're aware of something, then we can be aware of it. Okay. So give it up to my outgoing and people are even the eyes, the inspiring from us. If I was married to you, I would say, man, you guys are the most enthusiastic. This is the funnest group ever. If I was married to them, because if I don't, then they're not going to be fueled up. Remember what a fuel is. I didn't say this in the D's, but a fuel is something like if you have a Tesla car. If you try to put gas into a Tesla car, is it going to go? Nope. If you try to use electric on a gas powered car, is it going to go? No, it's not. See, these folks are not going to go. They're not going to go. And you know what? The eyes and the C's are married to one thing. Usually, that's how me and Tyler live. We were married to one another. This is what, at the 10-year mark, she said, when we were gonna end our relationship, I didn't understand her. She had to get things done. I'll talk to her and talk about the season just a little bit, but let's give it up for the eyes. Okay. Now, the S's. The S's, these are, okay, so now the D's, now you guys gotta remember the D's and the I's, you guys are outgoing, okay? Now, I gotta encourage you,
People again this way.
your fuel get is having fun. Yeah, they gotta have fun.
But they're not focused, right?
They're not focused, that's right. That's right. So we can help them by saying, like my mentor always says, Chris, stay focused, stay focused. It's really good. Okay, now these folks are the reserve. Now remember, now for the outgoing folks out there in the world, the D's and the I's, remember, you're gonna have to pay attention. These are the more reserved folks, but see, here's the thing, we married our opposites. 90% of us mirror opposites. So if you're married, if you're a D, you're married, you probably married an S, or you know an S, or your child's an S. So you're gonna have to pay attention. So these are reserved and people-oriented people. They love people, they're just a little more reserved. And remember, there's not anything that's a good or bad or
Right or wrong? Right or wrong?
right or wrong. It's just that way we are, right? So these are more reserved and people-oriented. You guys, I want you guys all to look. These are the most kindest, gentle-hearted people in all the world. Give a hand. That's right. So you guys are naturally born to be kind, to be gentle. These are the folks that when you forget to get your lane when you're driving, you know, you put your turn signal on because you forgot. These are the folks that let you in. Just come on in, just come on in. These are the S's. This is why. Isn't that right? Because you're the kindest people in all the world. Of all the people, of the D's and the I's and the S's, and we'll get to the C's just a little bit, these folks will understand themselves a little bit better and understand you and be able to relate because they are so reserved and they're so people-oriented. They understand things about themselves. So remember, these group here, the D's, the happiest day of their life is when they moved out. The I's, the saddest day is when they moved out because the party was gone. And these folks here, well, they've never moved out. They don't know what to do. They haven't moved out. Now, you physically may have moved out, but emotionally, you're still there. I love mom and dad. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's right. Because the Bible says if we honor our mother and father, we will live a long life. See? You see? How did I know this? How did I know this about these people? Right? Now, if I was married to you, I would say, man, I love being around you. You guys make life fun. You guys are so kind and so gentle. You make our home a home. You know, it's reality. And this group here is 35% of all of the D's and I's and S's, and we'll get to the C's just a little bit. 35% because they are so kind. Without these folks, I'm gonna talk to the D's here just for a second. Without these S's, you guys wouldn't have any friends. You guys wouldn't have any friends at all. And the S's, you need to learn of the D's because you guys won't get things done. You won't get things done if you don't need them. They'll make you a better person, right? So their blind spot. So the D's blind spot is they run over people. The I's blind spot is that sometimes they're not focused. The S's blind spot, sometimes conflict becomes a little bit. Their blind spot is conflict. They don't like it. So if I was married to an S, I would say, you know what? I'm going to take all the conflict because I have big shoulders. I'm going to take all the conflict for you. I'm going to make it peaceful because their secret fuel, I forgot to say it. So their secret fuel, as results, their secret fuel is having fun. And their secret fuel for the S's is peace and harmony. Peace and harmony. Because they're going to let you come on. Just come on over. I know you forgot. You're probably late for work. You're probably busy doing something. You weren't paying attention. Just come on over because they want peace and they want harmony. So when we realize that the S's want peace and harmony, then we will act differently. We will say things like, we will talk differently. We'll say, you know what, you guys are the kindest people in Honolulu. I love it. You make our home a home. So give it up for the reserved and the people in here. Okay. Now, lastly, okay, so these are the C's, right? You guys are the task oriented and reserved. You like to get things done. Now, these folks here, guys, you guys listening? You guys paying attention?
We're having fun over here.
You guys are having fun here. We're not too focused. We're not too focused. But see, here's the deal. The eyes, this is probably getting married. I know that's why I married. So I need to learn how these folks are wired, how God has uniquely wired them. And so here's this group here is reserved and task oriented. These are the smartest people of the group.
Yeah.
All right. How many of you measured and got when you were in high school, you got honors? Look at that. How did I know that? I knew two things about them. I knew they were reserved or outgoing. I knew they were task oriented or people oriented. And I knew already these are the smartest people in the world. You know, where the D's, the happiest day of their parents' life is when they moved out because they got their house back. The I's, the saddest day of the life of their parents was when they moved out because the party left. This group never left home. This party here, this group here, they bought the home and are leasing it back to their mom and dad. Because it's the right thing to do. It's the smartest thing to do, right? Now the eyes over here. I'll say it. Did you guys even graduate? Yeah. That's okay because they just get more attention. They're just attention. See, you guys like attention. That's right. So I'm on that group. I'm a high I and IS. Okay. All right. So your secret fuel. Remember that the secret fuels. These are getting results. The I's, they want to have fun. The S's, they're supportive. They want to their secret fuel is peace and harmony. And your secret fuel, you have three because they're special. They have three. You ready? It's quality answers, correct answers, and value. Would you agree to that? Look at that. Look at that. How do I know that? Because there are patterns to our life. If we can understand them, if I was married to you, which I am, I'm married to a C, I would say, oh, honey, I'm going to slow down, right? I don't want to make you afraid. So I'll slow down. I'll say, man, I've done my research. I've done my analysis. And here's why this business idea is going to work. Now, a lot of times, the high I, a lot of my ideas don't get the answer. I don't even have to present them to Tara because they won't work. So they make me better. The C's make me better. You know, I've got to apologize to you, Long, because I didn't understand you. They analyze photograph copies. How is that? They like to get things right. They like to do things in correct manner, in proper procedure. And I didn't understand that until I learned this material. This is how powerful it is. Okay, so that's your secret fuel. If you're getting it, you're gonna feel good about yourself. If you're not, you're gonna feel defeated, run down. So if you're an I and you're married to a C and you're not giving them quality answers, correct answers, or value, they're gonna feel drained. And this is where a lot of conflict happens in our marriages. Okay. Okay, so now I know what you guys are thinking. So here's what I'm gonna close out. One last thing. I know that your groups, there's the word combination of all four. D, I, S, and C. All of us are a combination of all four. But there's one other group that you can say, well, okay, sometimes I'm an I, sometimes I'm an S or C or D. And so if your group does not exist anymore, which group would you point to? The I's, the C's, or the S's? Okay, you'd go this way. How about you?
Go ahead and point
Yeah,
to the
good
group
point.
that you would go to if your group disappeared.
Okay, very good. Okay, thanks. Put them down. All right. How about you guys? Okay, you guys go to the S's. Some would go. Okay. How many of you said, I want to be more like I'm more like a C? Okay. One or two. Okay. The S's? Who would you go to? The I's or the over here? Did any of you point to the D's? Okay. Now that's interesting here in just a second. Okay, so for your what's that? Oh, your blind spot. Oh, that's right. Okay, that's right. You guys are too critical. Sometimes, oh, that's good. See, he needed to be correct. He needed to be in, he said, what's our blind spot? Your blind spot is the fact that you need to be correct. Sometimes the C's are too critical. Too critical of the I's. Like, why are you doing it this way? I wouldn't do it that way. And so sometimes you just need to bite that tongue or say it a different way. That's what we're gonna help you do as we're here in just a second. But see, I'm glad you brought that up. The C's blind spot is that sometimes they're too critical. You know, we have a friend, the C's, we want their critical thinking, not their criticalness. Ooh, that's powerful, isn't it? We want their critical thinking, not their criticalness. Remember that. Okay, very good. So who would you guys point to? The S's? Okay, very good. Okay, how about the I's? Any I's or I's or D's? Okay, how about the I's? Okay, no I's. Okay. So, most of you are not travel agency. Most of you are I's. It's a big. Okay, so here's the last point I want to make is that a lot of times we mirror opposites. I know 90% of us mirror our exact opposites. And that's exactly what I've done with Tom. I married my exact, what attracted me to her was that she was critical thinking. She was an analysis. She cared for her people. She cared for people. And so that's what attracted me. But the 10-year mark, it was not gonna work. What attracted me to her was now an irritant. And so now she's gonna make some observations.
Yes. Okay, so you guys, let's give a round of applause for Chris. You guys want to quickly, because of time, take back to your seats. And we're gonna finish up. And then we're gonna eat lunch. I'm sure you guys can smell it.
You guys figured that out. I got divorced for goodness sake. It'd be nicer.
Okay, so while you guys are making it back to your seats, by show of hands, did anybody learn something new about yourself that maybe you didn't know before? Something new? Yeah, so if you look around the room, just about everyone has their hand raised. So what we've done, like Wes said, coming in, we specialize in marriages. However, this information that we just shared with you is universal, right? It's about how do we get along with people better. And when you can get along with people better, because you know their predictable patterns. So just like Chris said, just in those few minutes, he knew things about you. So when you know something about somebody, you can be more proactive versus reactive. Because every successful person in the world is proactive. They're not reactive. And that's what you guys are. So I feel like I'm kind of preaching to the choir here, because you guys are in this room trying to be proactive, get ahead of something, make something new for your life, take charge, take ownership, take responsibility for your finances, and take responsibility for your relationships. And one of the things that really impacted us when we heard about Bryte Lyfe, and we're part of the family now. So, speaking of family here, is that I can't even tell you how many vacations that I ruined because we got in fights.
Wow.
Stupid fights over coffee grounds. I can remember one. You know, if you follow the comedian Nate Bargatze and he talks about how him and his wife got in a fight over chocolate milk, it's possible. It's possible. And so Chris, we can pull up the first slide. So what we've done is we've put together something just for you. So as we're talking to Wes, he's like, okay, how do you make it better? Can you make it better? What else can you add? So this is the benefit of what he does for Bryte Lyfe, right? And they negotiate the very best deal out there for us now. Now I have to start using the word us. So we have a program, and it is a on-demand marriage class. And it's $19.97 normally, but you're gonna see that's not what you guys are gonna pay. Because what it says here is, let's do this, right? No more guessing, no more drama. I'm not wasting another day feeling misunderstood. Now, the reason why we're so passionate about traveling is because we coach thousands of marriages. And one of the things they don't do when they're in crisis is travel together. That's the last thing they want to do. We've even observed them not taking vacations, or we've seen them taking separate vacations because they can't get along. They're trying to get away from each other. And so you want to go to vacation and go experience the world with people you like, right? People you can get along with, that you're not going to have a fight in. Okay. All right, Mike. I think I did them. Chris, you go ahead and do them. Okay. So then one of the things is what we have found with our clients is that they get to the material, and what it is it's you're writing out your relationship blueprint. Because like I said earlier, you know, when you go to counseling and you go to these things, they put you through their programs. And that just may not work for you. You want something that's customized to you. And as you're going through the program, you're building out your relationship blueprints. And then on the other end of that, how many of you guys ever go through something and you have questions, right? You may go home and we see the app and you're like, wait, how do I do that thing again? You need support. And so on top of that, we do a call every single week. For 52 weeks, you get access to, it's our group coaching. It's a live call once a week where you get in as you're going through and you say, hey, what about this? Hey, how could we have done this different? Hey, what about this? This happened with my kid, my child. And how could I have reacted differently? So that's the next thing we've added in here is the 1-year group coaching. And then bonus 2 is the direct line to us, and that's email access. We answer every single email that comes through. We have a team and we answer every email. And then if we can, we'll answer it live on the call. And then if you can't make the call live, you can listen to that. So it's not just, oh, hypothetically, right, this person. It's no, this happened. He said this, I said that. What could we have said differently? All right, and then bonus number 3 is the AIR method. Now, what this is one of our clients, you have it on your phone? One of our clients has been through hundreds of thousands of counseling over a 10-year period. And when we took him through what we call, this is our trademarked AIR method, is how, do you want to feel good all the time? You actually have the power to do that. And we teach you through. We don't, those thoughts in our brain, you will never think a thought without having a feeling after that. Never. And that's where our world, we get to make our environment. We get to make how that shows up in our life.
Okay, so we have a client who's one of our coaching clients, and he says, this is I love this so much. Thank you. I can't believe I spent hundreds of hours of thousands of dollars on counseling and I've never seen this material. Thank you.
That's right.
So this is real life, guys. This isn't just hypothetical. This is a real life email that I got from someone, and it's
just recently. Okay, so then bonus number 4 is forgiveness. Now I know you guys know that you guys want to move into your future. You want everything that God has for you, right? But sometimes we have those things in our life, those people, maybe it's our parents, maybe it's past relationships that could be holding us back to the past. And so how do you get unchained from that? And it's forgiveness. It's forgiveness. So we walk you through that as well. Right. The next one. So you guys know you date your spouse, right? You're here. Most of you are here maybe with your husband or wife. And so going on those dates and making that time, that's the value of having the date nights. But sometimes also, I didn't even put this on here, but we created date night questions. So maybe you get the time to go out on a date, but then you're like, do you talk about the kids? Do you talk about schoolwork? Do you talk about, you may struggle what do we talk about when we do go out? So we've been giving you, I think there's 36 cards in there, all from different categories that you can pull out of there. And so that's amazing. And then here's one of the next things. So again, like I said, Wes, we wanted to honor Wes with what he's doing here with Bryte Lyfe and making everything so amazing. One more, Chris. Okay. So, any of you ever heard of a company called Amway? Maybe a few. Any of you ever eaten at Chick-fil-A? Any of you ever drive a GM car? Any of you ever put gas in your car from Exxon? Any of you ever have like appreciate our cybersecurity that we have? Well, our business partner in our company is Dr. Robert Rome. And I don't know if any of you were in Amway, have ever been there, but he was the #1 trainer for Amway for 30 plus years, trained all their diamond executives. And our government currently pays him $10 million because our cybersecurity department can't get along. Anybody know why they can't get along? They're all C's. They all think they're right. And so they had to bring him in. As a matter of fact, he also was hired by the Arizona Diamondbacks to get the first franchise to win the Super Bowl, the Super Bowl, World Series, the fastest. And they had him in because guess what? Baseball's not a team sport, it's an individual sport, and they needed all D's on the team. And so he helped put that team together. And so he's our business partner. So we called him and said, hey, what could we do? What could we give extra to this group, you know, to be able to download all of your 35 plus years of training some of the most successful companies around the world, worked with Zig Ziglar, #1 trainer for John Maxwell, if you ever heard of him, and to come in and just do a deep dive into relationship marketing and how does that work and how can you go further faster. So that's going to be like a 90-minute to be determined time. We don't have the date set yet for that. And then the next one is that we were able to bring just 10 manuals with us for the course. So the first 10 people who would like to jump on board and said, hey, listen, maybe your marriage isn't on the rocks. Maybe you've been married, maybe you're thinking of getting married, maybe you want to get married, maybe you've been married 50 years. No matter where, you're going to learn something about yourself. You're going to come out of that training understanding how you're wired, and every single person around you is wired. And I guarantee you it's going to lower your stress and increase your productivity and your connectivity with the people that God's put in your life that you get to connect with, that only you can do that because you're closest to them. So we brought some manuals and you guys could take yours home. Anybody else who would want to purchase this, we'll mail it to you. So this is what we've come up with. It's $697. And then we put it in 2 separate payments. You can put that on. And then the next slide first. And then we have some sheets we're going to put out. And I think Eva was going to pass them out. Not where she ended up at. She's going to pass out the flyers. And so here's the 2 QR codes. You guys can scan them from here, but we're going to pass them out to you. And we're going to stay here the rest of the day because, like I said, we signed up under Wes. And so we're part of the family. So this is all brand new to us in Bryte Lyfe. One more thing is we are actually building out a $1 million app ourselves for marriage and relationship. And so we're still going to be in talks and negotiations how this is going to work. But guess what married people like to do? Travel, go on vacations, anniversaries, celebrate. And so we're going to be having Bryte Lyfe on our app to be able to push it out to millions of people as well through that. So you guys, thank you so much for having us. This was a blast and we are excited to be around people. And we kind of knew that we were going to be around a lot of eyes. We knew how the room was going to be positioned based on last night because this company is fun. All right, thank you guys so much.
All right. So let me give you some, before anybody gets up, and let's give them one more round of applause. Chris and Tara are amazing. We're so lucky to have them. They're great minds. They're great trainers. They're great people. They're servant leaders. They're very strong Christians. They're working on an app right now that is going to be a kind of a relationship coach inside of an app. So we've got some really cool stuff planned. The app is going to be available in the Bryte Lyfe membership community. And you're going to hear more later today about how we're going to be growing Well Life. And so I want to give you some really important information before we break for lunch. Now, there were some walk-ups today. And as we announced previously, if you walked up today, there is not enough lunch for you. So if you walked up, did not have your ticket today, I know some of you still need to pay for your tickets, and it's fine that you're here. but you'll have to go to like the pizzeria just across from here. There's 2 or 3 other places right here. We had to put in our food order over a week ago. So we just would respectfully ask that if you did not pay for your ticket before you got here, that you go do your lunch off site and just, you can bring it back, but just go grab food somewhere else because we want to make sure that everybody paid in advance. This was a gift, by the way. So the food was a gift of Bryte Lyfe for our 1-year anniversary. It was not obviously supposed to be included in your ticket, but we wanted to do this special for you. And we also wanted to make this a working lunch. So I need a few favors from you so we can make this go smooth and successful. We're not going to have everybody go get in line at once. I'm going to divide the room up. But what we are going to do at lunch is we have a couple of videos that you're going to see. And so it's very important that you get your plates and come back to your seat so that we can try to make this time productive. We only have 1 hour. So the food is out. We calculated you can get 2 sliders per person. So just, I know we got some big, strong, muscular guys in here, but just make sure you leave some for everybody else. So 2 sliders over there per person so that we make sure we have enough for everybody. That's the max on that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to be selling merch during lunch. Now, the way you do it is we waived all the shipping because you're here. So you go to Bryte Lyfe Gear right now. So pull out your phones. You can go to Bryte Lyfe Gear. We've got our hats. Okay, so we've got the hats here. We have our decals. You can use these decals. People have been putting them on their Stanleys. It's a good conversation starter. So, things that you carry around with you, if you carry around a coffee mug or a cup, I would put this in places where you're going to be seeing people and they ask what it is. It's a great conversation starter. So we have some of the decals here. The most important thing is you need to buy signs, but remember, and so here's part of the thing. When I used to go to our World Ventures conferences, I always took a completely empty suitcase. This is what I did because I had the biggest team in the company. So I was buying merch so that my new people who haven't even joined yet could get merch whenever I got back. Because if you're not buying merch for your team, now I'm not saying give it to them. I sold it to my team for whatever I paid. I wasn't giving it away. I wasn't buying it for them. But I was investing into my business because the shirts are a conversation starter, the hats, the decals, the signs. If you do not have signs, here's the thing. You can't just buy 1 sign for you. You need to buy 10 or 12 or 15 signs so that you have signs to take back when you're signing new people up. Because I'm going to talk to you today about how we're going to work on that delta with new members. So we've given a bunch of these away, but you definitely need to buy signs to take home with you. So don't just think short-sighted about you. You need to buy some extra shirts, hats, signs so that you can take it out there because we're not going to be in front of you again until Orlando. And if you have to wait and go buy it at brytelifegear.com later, you'll have to pay for your shipping. So get it now while you're here, while there's no shipping. This stuff is in stock. We may not have every size by the time it gets to you. So the ladies that are helping us with merch over there are going to try to get you a size that'll work for you. One really important tip is the shirts all run 1 size small. So you need to go up a size. And some people have even said possibly 2 sizes. Okay, so we have 3 different shirts. We have the women's shirt that this is literally made at the same factory where they make Lululemon. Okay, so this is custom stuff that we made, and so you can use this at the gym. It's like dry wicking fabric. It's awesome. It's soft. It's comfy, and so it's a V-neck. So this is the women's shirt. So this is women's sizes. Okay, and so it's curved in. It's got the cutouts, so you can tuck it in or wear it out. For those of you that don't want to wear it out, you can tuck it in. Then we have the men's polo shirts, which you can also wear as a woman. It's a square cut style. And we'll be adding different merch and gear. This is custom. So this is like the same quality as, Nike, Puma, where all those brands are made. So this is custom dyed fabric with our logo. It's a silk soft shirt. I've already played golf in it multiple times. A A lot of you guys were wearing them last night. They looked awesome. Thank you for all of you that were sporting the swag last night. So we have the polos, and then this is the unisex shirt. So this is based on a unisex size. So consider it more of a men's size. So this is not a woman's size, but this is unisex for everybody. So women could probably go true size on this. And if you're a guy, you probably want to go one size up. Okay. So these are over there as well. And like I said, if we don't have your size, they'll still fulfill your order. We may just have to work with you on the size. And if you need to go try it on, it's all good. Just take it back to the ladies over there and they can swap it out for you if you need to swap it out. So go to brytelifegear.com. We're going to close the merchandise after lunch. So this is your chance to get your stuff after lunch is over. We're closing up the merch store because we're going to run until 3 o'clock in this room. Literally, we have to leave right at 3. So we've got still a ton of content for you. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our VIPs are going to go first to the food line. So if you bought your VIP ticket in the VIP section, y'all can go ahead and make your way to the food first. And then what I would like to do is anybody that is in the back, if y'all would start on merch. So if y'all would go to gear, and this is a great time to get photos in front of the step and repeat. Grab leaders, grab your team. You take all the photos in front of the step and repeat. We have to take that down after lunch as well. So if you want to get your photos in front of the sign, the back group should go do merch. Middle group, start taking your photos, and then we'll take turns kind of working our way around because everybody needs to come back as soon as you're done and sit down because we've got some videos to share with you. And we want to keep this as kind of a productive working lunch. So only those of you that didn't get tickets before today, you need to pay for your ticket. I know there's a few of you that still need to pay. Go see Eva and she'll take care of that. And go grab your food across over at the pizzeria and then just bring it back over here. Music? Are you putting on a video? Not now, no. Yeah, for sure. Yes. Any ideas? We'll create. Yeah.
I always want to say something. All right. What do we think? That's the thing. My dad was the top mark, 60. I want to get a couple of I got your stuff. It's like the song got cut off. Sorry.
Huh? I gotta come out. Wow. All right. Or the golf, everything like that. No. That's fine. One of my friends did. I like nobody. I'll be like, yeah. What two is on? Oh, okay. I mean, I'll get off. Like before I left, like, I looked at. I couldn't. Download this. Got plan on one Orlando? I gotta be there working now. Oh. We do it. Yeah, I think. Like. That's right. Well, there were 45 minutes now. It's the last. It always comes to a lot of where once they start talking, they know it's exactly. I mean, that whole city operates on word of mouth. Just lay your head. If I'm trying to get stuff going, get shot or anything before I leave. Yeah, because I'm not be able to fly from Palms, City Beach, Orlando, Tampa, and get back and forth in about 5 weeks. So I'll bounce back and forth. They had some sort of live event, like where I'm at. I was like, man, I'll back in Atlanta and find a gallery. But I got signed up, but I didn't know what I signed up for. I don't think somebody my dad, I just come with you guys. Right now, I just. Out the back, like in a hotel. I got to you know. The first thing I thought about when I was buying up, like, all right, well, let me just book a ticket for I don't know.
Okay, gather that. Yeah, right here. You guys anything else? Yeah, let me know.
No, not. Huh? Say it again.
What's the big one now? Well, it's almost at least it's ready right now. This is other thing. That's not cold this year. Well, at least- Okay. Hey. So what's the difference? I get a perfection on the way. I know it's on the way. It's on the way. Come on, baby. Now look at that. You know. I was driving down to Florida. And I was just trying to find something nearby. And it doesn't work. Well, it was a nightmare trying to do this. Yeah, I didn't fuck me in the bank. I was trying to do this. I'm not going to hurt. I don't drive. I know it, put it in the one. And I had to go. I was traveling in the day. I have a hotel that allows for. I showed you that last night. Not fun. Okay. Wasn't trying to be talking to me. Where? It's Why? I'm in the Conrad, but starts conference room by something important. I was up there. And I was like, this playing the hell. Yeah. What's that? Oh, where? I was like, up there, on news. I'm not on them. So, it sounds like everybody was conference room by there. Right. I don't even know that Wick was even here. Till I came out today. But I can see the billboard from my room. Okay. You can let me know. I don't know if I think it comes like all from. Europe. I thought I did, but I didn't. I was gonna go back and watch the video to try to. Get a half hour difference on the video. I don't remember where the video was. That's what. Stop. Yeah. I was wondering. Stop. I thought it was on. I need baseball. I'm like, I can't even put a sport in there. But the full part is in the afternoon. I was trying to see. No, I ain't waiting. Oh, okay. I feel from late. I know. I don't want to get some pictures right now. It's so jealous. We will take that right there. I've lost them when you're getting married. They're gonna. After them. Already got. Yeah. They might be back. I'll take it. I'm wrong. You reaching out to. Oh, yeah, we've got a whole plan for that.
Okay, cool, cause I mean, so let me, I'll put
You should start.
there, and now,
Yeah, you should start now because it's about to get really busy. You'll see some of my stuff later. Don't be right. But yet I know what yeah. Okay, we're about to get started, but we need to track down Danella's journal because there's a bunch of people that wanted to see it. So I don't know where it floated around to, but the travel journal. Oh, she's got it. There you go. Okay, so we're about to do recognition. So if you guys can, I don't know if it would it help if they just bring their plates up here and set them on this table so that way it helps clean up. Is that good? You guys, okay, gonna do it? Okay, cool. All right, so we're about to get things rolling, but we are going to close the merch store. So if you want merch, you need to go to brytelifegear.com and do your order right now. This will be your last chance to do merch because we have to be out of this room by 3 o'clock. And so we're going to launch our contest at 3 o'clock. We're doing this crazy scavenger hunt that you guys are going to love. And you can win $1,500 in free travel. So you're not going to want to miss that. So we have to be done at 3. So if you're going to order merch, you got to do it right now. Go to brytelifegear.com. Go pick up your merch if you ordered it. You need to go over and see the ladies over there and pick it up because we are going to pack it up. And then we're also going to take down the step and repeat. So if you want to get a picture in front of the step and repeat, if you want to get your merch, you've literally got 2 minutes to do it. So if y'all could do that and then finish up, and then I'm about to show a video from Corey about our new Well Life Challenge. Okay, so we're going to do a Well Life Challenge. It's going to start this week. And Corey just had their baby 2 days ago. So he's at home with the fam and he recorded a video for us. So I'm about to play that next. So take your pictures really quick, order your merch, and in 2 minutes, we're starting Corey's video, and then we're going to do recognition, and then we're going to roll.
You look like you meant to be up there. You were meant to be there. See, I gotta get up there.
That makes. Seriously.
Thank you, Well Life Challenge. I want to talk to you about the purpose and want to go right to the specifics. Now, the purpose of this challenge is to challenge you. What I do know about being in the industry for over a decade, we don't go easy, we don't go as constantly, we don't go settle. We grow and we have accountability. We grow and we have a challenge, we grow, but it's a culture. So my goal, my vision for Well Life is continue to put a platform where we are constantly becoming the best version of ourselves. Now I want to talk to you about submission and track. I created a document where you can track per day what you're doing. Every single day, once you track what you're doing, you're going to take a picture of it and you're going to submit it to my email at info@coreystribe.com. So that's info. That's info at Corey's COREYS.com. So you submit that to me. And then also you take a picture of yourself doing the exercise, something motivated, and you tag me in my. Hey, Bryte Lyfe, I'm so excited to talk to you about our 45-day Well Life Challenge. I want to talk to you about the purpose and want to go right to the specifics. Now, the purpose of this challenge is to challenge you physically and mentally. What I do know about being in the industry for over a decade, that we don't grow when it's easy, we don't grow when it's comfortable, we don't grow when it's settled. We grow when we have accountability, we grow when we have a challenge, we grow when it's uncomfortable. So my goal, my vision for Well Life is to continue to put a platform where we are constantly becoming the best version of ourselves. Now I want to talk to you about submission and track. I created a document where you can track per day what you're doing. Every single day, once you track what you're doing, you're going to take a picture of it and you're going to submit it to my email at info@coreystribe.com. So that's info. That's info@corey's COREYS.com. So you submit that to me. And also, you take a picture of yourself doing the exercise, something motivated, and you tag me in my story. And I am Corey Sellers and at Bryte Lyfe. We're going to repost those in our stories on both our Instagram profiles. So we can keep the motivation and inspiration. Boom. I want to tell you a little bit more information. In Vegas, we're going to talk more about this information. Right now, just giving you the details. We're going to unveil it in Vegas, and also there's going to be $1,000 travel dollars given away to the winner. Now, I will be in Vegas. My son will be born this week, and so I got that to do. But I can't wait to see you. I'm encouraging you. I'm pushing you. I will help you take small, healthy steps in the right direction because I believe in you. I know. Purpose and right to the specifics. Now, the purpose of this challenge is to challenge you physically and mentally. What I do know about being in the industry for over a decade, that we don't grow when it's easy, we don't grow when it's comfortable, we don't grow when it's settled. We grow when we have accountability.
No, it's still, I'm trying to experiment.
I created a document where you can track current day. And we'll go right to the specifics. Now, the purpose of this challenge is to challenge you to use invention. What I do know about being in the industry for over a decade, if we don't grow when it's easy, we don't grow when it's comfortable, we don't grow when we settle, we grow when we have accountability, we grow when we have a challenge, we grow when it's about it. So my goal, my vision for Well Life is to continue to put a platform where we are constantly becoming the best version of ourselves. I want to talk to you about submission and track goals. I created a document where you can track current day what you're doing. Every single day, once you track what you're doing, you're going to take a picture of it and you're going to submit it to my email at info@coreystrive.com. So that's info. That's info at Corey's COREYS.com. So you submit that to me. And also you take a picture of yourself doing the exercise, something motivated, and you tag me in my story. And I am Corey Sellers and at Bryte Lyfe. We're going to repost those in our stories on both our Instagram profiles so we can keep the motivation and inspiration going. I want to tell you a little bit more information. In Vegas, we're going to talk more about this information. Right now, just to give you the details. We're going to unveil it in Vegas, and also there's going to be $1,000 travel dollars given away to the winner. Now, I will be in Vegas. My son will be born this week, and so I got that to do. But I can't wait to see you. I'll encourage you. I'm pushing you. I will help you take some small, healthy steps in the right direction. Because I believe you, I know that when you are better, you're going to be better for your family, you're going to be better for your businesses, you're going to be better for the people in the world. I need you every step of the way to remind you that when you invest in yourself, everything in your life is better. I can't wait to see you. Let's get started. Peace.
Okay, we got to keep moving. But if you did not already hear, Corey is doing the Well Life Challenge, and you've got a 45-day challenge. So you have to do it for 45 consecutive days. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to start it on Tuesday. So Corey is going to do an overview on Monday night at our regular Well Life call time, which will be 8 o'clock Eastern on Monday. And so he'll give you the overview, he'll give you the details, you'll have the document. If you complete the challenge 45 straight days, if you do everything on the challenge, follow all the rules, complete the 45 days, we are going to deposit 1,000 travel dollars into your account that you can use for travel for completing the 45-day challenge. So got 45 days, can't miss a day. Got to submit everything. Got to follow all of Corey's rules. Okay, and he's a rule guy, so you got to make sure you're all in. And the 1,000 travel dollars is only available for all of you that were here. So everybody in the company can participate. So you can get all your teams on it on Monday night. It's just that if you weren't in Vegas, you're not eligible for the 1,000 travel dollars. So that was a bonus for all of you for being here this weekend and being here and taking advantage of this incredible event. Now we're going to do some recognition. Now here's the thing. Our recognition is a massive deal because most companies do not pay out residual for months and months and months. I mean, and World Ventures, our residual started at 30-30. So that was what we called a senior rep, and the residual was $100. So you get to 30-30, 30 members on your left, 30 on the right, and World Ventures pays you $100. And most people never even hit that, okay? So obviously, when we start off with Lifer 300 at 5.5, this is a huge deal. You want to come up and help me with these? So this is a huge deal. So this Lifer 300, what's crazy is we have some people that are hitting this in literally a matter of days, a couple of weeks, a month. And there's no time limit, of course, but it's just so powerful that we have so many people that are already earning $300 a month. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to recognize everybody that's at these ranks. So some of these people are going to be coming up here multiple times. So you're going to see them quite a bit. I'm going to let you hold the stack. So the first person for Lifer 300, $300 in residual, which they say, of course, the average bankruptcy could be avoided by an extra $500 a month. So at 5.5, we're literally changing families' lives. So please give it up for Mr. John Faulkner, Lifer 300. John Faulkner. Where'd he go? He was here. Okay, well,
John?
sad for John. Okay, Linda Edwards. Linda Edwards. Linda Edwards. Come on up, Linda. And some of these people may not be here. Anthony Ryan Miller. Anthony Ryan Miller. Congratulations. Awesome. So good. And we also had one that was not on this list because he just hit it once we got here. To Lance Sawyer is also Lifer 300. UNLV Hall of Fame member, All-American here at UNLV, played with the Minnesota Vikings. Also now my personal bodyguard, so nobody's messing with me whenever Lance is here. We'll give you, I'll swap this one out. I'll get you one, buddy. All right. Yeah, bud. All right. Thank you. Congrats. Nikki Labouie. Nikki. Nikki. Okay. James McRae. James McRae. There's James McRae. Tamara Henderson. Tamara Henderson. In her Bryte Lyfe colors. I love it. Looking so good. Congratulations. Awesome. Daggy Jones. Daggy Jones. Not here? Okay. All right. Lanisa Williams. Lanisa's a rock star. Her and Tamara. So if y'all need workout tips, health tips, these girls will get you looking amazing. Paula Robinette. Paula Robinette. Got Dr. Paula. She's a doctor. She's an attorney. She's a rock star. Leading the team for us in Houston, Texas. Doing an amazing job. You're welcome. Congratulations. Yeah. Speech. Okay, here we go. John Banks. John Banks. There's a Oh, there's Faulkner here. We've got it. John Faulkner, come on up. John squared right here. John Banks. John and John. Look at these good looking guys. Everybody give these guys a big hand. Congratulations. Keep it up. Not here. Jermaine Ford. Jermaine Ford. Not here. Here we go. This guy's here. Antoine McVeigh. leading the way in our Dallas market and several other markets as well. Doing a great job. He's at every Dallas event, always has people with him, even though he's traveling and does multiple businesses. So give it up for Mr. Antoine McVay. Terrain McRae. Terrain McRae. Okay. Chris Cannon. Come on up, Chris. Former professional baseball player, played professional baseball in Japan. Every time I went places with him in Japan, they're like, we don't care about Wes. We want to take a picture with this guy right here. So congratulations, bro. He came all the way from Hawaii to be with us this weekend and has a massive organization in Japan. Angeli Jones. Angeli Jones. Come on, Ann. Always smiling, always looking good. Keeps the energy up. She's doing a great job. Everybody give her a big hand. You're gonna see her again in a minute. Not here. Daryl Faulkner. Daryl Faulkner. The guy went through our first mentorship group, did a great job, led by example, did all the work, completed all the assignments. He's a great testimonial. If you go back and watch those videos on my YouTube page, you'll see Daryl. He's done a great job. Congratulations, brother. Appreciate you. There you go. Give him a big hand. Trey Benton. Trey Benton. Some of these guys, they've literally just been in the business a month. Like a month, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Congratulations. Oh, buddy. Awesome, awesome. Alan Johnson. Alan Johnson. Okay. George Edwards. Mr. George. Representing and all his swag. That's going to help you out in the scavenger hunt in a minute. You're going to get some bonus points. Those of you that didn't get gear, y'all are going to be missing out on some of the points for the scavenger hunt. Here is one of my favorite guys in the world, Mr. Kirk Dodds. Kirk Dodds. Awesome job. Everybody give Kirk a big hand. Cherie Walker. Cherie Walker. Okay. Justin Groves. Justin Groves. These guys are all the coaches, and so they're all finishing up with graduations in Illinois. That's all part of Ron Head's team. Mr. Tony Curry. Tony Curry, where are you at, buddy? He was just here. He's here, so we'll save it. So. Oh, he's here. Oh, she's here. Okay, perfect. We'll give it to her. That's all right. So we got the boss here anyways, so. Congratulations. The other half of the McVay family, Mike McVay. Give it up to Mike McVay. Former professional athlete, runs a great youth organization in Dallas, connected to everybody in sports and business in Dallas, and always have tons of guests at our Dallas events. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. Congratulations. Everybody give Mike a big hand. Not here. David McGee. David McGee. Not here. That's it? Okay. All right. So now what we did is we got these awesome surfboards. I hate the old traditional like plastic trophies or the glass trophies that are like, it's like, where do you put them? Where do you go? So we got these awesome surfboards and they come in a set. So you have Lifer 800, Lifer 1600, and Lifer 3000. And then you can hang them up in your office or in your room or wherever your inspiration room is. So we're going to do all of our Lifer 800s. So Lifer 800s is Antoine McVay. Antoine McVay. And you know, here's what's crazy. This Lifer 800 rank, you had to have 300 people to make $900 a month residual at World Ventures. To make $900 a month, you had to have 300 people. And this guy's just getting started. It's going to be a lot more, but give it up for Mr. Antoine McKay, Lifer 800. Chris Cannon. So bring Chris back up to the stage. Chris Cannon. Tyler Robinette. So come on back up here, Tyler. These are gonna look good next to all of her degrees and diplomas, you know? She's a doctor and attorney. More than all of them. There you go. Trey Benton, come on up. This guy's blowing through the ranks. Awesome job, Fred. Congratulations. All right, give it up for Trey one more time. Dainty Jones is not. Okay, here, you know what? Come on, Mark. Let's give. Do we have his other certificate? Here, we'll give it. This is for him. There you go. Here you go. That's right. That's right. Lanisa Williams, Lifer 800. And then her sidekick, the other half of the duo, Tamara Henderson. Okay, now we're moving to Lifer. We're moving to Lifer 1600. We have a few that are not here. So, and for those of you, we have a couple of people. First of all, Ron Head works for the school district. A lot of his team, they're coaches and teachers. They have graduations this week. They're working with the schools, and so they're not here this weekend. They're all going to be in Orlando. They all are like. Everybody was bummed that they couldn't be here this weekend. But also we have a Lifer 1600, and he's also Lifer 3000, and that is Tim Dominy. And Tim actually is at home in Georgia. He just underwent a procedure. So keep him and his family in your prayers. I talked to him last night. He's still on it. He was on the Zooms the other night right after his surgery. We love that guy. He's Lifer 3000. So he would have been getting 300, 800, 1600, and 3000. So please give a round of applause, even though he's not here, for Tim Dominy. Yo. Yes, you sure can. Yep. Yeah, Denson is his business partner. So we're gonna do. That's a key. I don't know if I did a certificate because I know he wasn't here. So these are his. So he's got all three. So that's gonna look good on his wall. He'll have some. Okay, perfect. Yeah, we've got Rocky for him also. Okay, so then we have. Yeah, so we're on to the Lifer 3000s. Ron Head. So Ron is not here, but we're obviously here in spirit. Tim Dominy, but we have one that is here, and that's Ann Jones. So come on up, Lifer 3000. Lots of her people on here getting recognized. So you gotta be louder than that. This is a big deal. $3,000 a month. Girl's getting it done. Making an example. She's got her family involved, everybody she cares about. She's killing it. And then we also have DeAndre Somerville, who DeAndre couldn't be with us, so we'll let y'all can come up and take his. Perfect. Tell him it's gonna cost him. Thank you. Yeah. Then last but certainly not least, our last one, he's gonna get all three of these. So that is Mr. Denson Taylor, Lifer
800, 1600, 3000. He's almost at 7,500, so we're doing something different when we move it up from there, so give him a big hand.
You know what? I had no idea. I worked with her every day. I had no idea she was 3,000.
I think it just hit, so if it's not, she's going to, so,
Yeah,
yeah.
I speak to her anymore.
Yeah. All right, awesome. Congratulations, everybody. Thank you so much. That'll conclude our recognition portion. And so now I'm going to bring up some really good friends of mine. And this is a very special thing because I actually asked them as a personal favor. And one of the things you're going to hear me talk about our Orlando Life Enhancement event in just a little bit is that I have some incredible relationships. When you've done what I've done over the last 30 years, I have a lot of friends. So I called out some friend cards, obviously having Chris and Tara here. Give them another big round of applause. They did an incredible job. And those of you that are going to participate in their program are going to get tremendous results. And we're going to look forward to having them again in the future at some of our other events. And then we're going to be including some of their content in our video platform as well. But I asked some friends of mine. Now, I've worked with them over the years, and I got a chance to see them speak and train in Europe when I was working for my previous company. And when I went, I came from a company that was an incredible training company. I mean, World Ventures, if you heard about it or knew about it, we had the best training in the history of the network marketing industry. Yeah. 300. Okay, so let's get, that's right, literally like on Friday. So same as to Lance. So Terry Dye is also now Lifer 300. So we'll give you a certificate. So come see me afterwards. Rachel will get to Terry and to Lance. So we need to make a certificate for to Lance and Terry. They literally just hit it in the last couple of days. So getting a chance to invite these people here, you know, they came in all the way from Canada. They're Canadian A. And so having them here is an incredible deal because when I saw them speak for the first time in Europe a few years ago, I thought they were one of the best trainers, speakers, couples, dynamic duo that I've ever seen in the history of the industry. And I've worked with the best. And so it says a lot. I think they were the best trainers at that company. So they are not part of Bryte Lyfe, but they came as a favor to me because they're industry legends and icons. And so they've been top earners, #1 earners, multi-million-dollar earners. They live all over the world. They have a place in Canada. They have a place in Panama. And so they are truly a global lifestyle couple that is a powerhouse couple. So please give it up for a very, very special training. They flew in just to speak to you guys all the way from Canada. Melody and Greg, bring it on.
All right, give it up for Wes. Seriously, amazing job.
We're never gonna live up to all of that, just so y'all know. But the truth is, I heard Dancy speaking earlier, he was talking about revenge traveling after COVID. You're looking at one. Hi, my name is Greg and I am a revenge traveler.
Hi, Greg.
Hi. No, it's an absolute honor to be here. We're excited. And like Wes was saying, we've known him for several years, and this gentleman is a true pro in the industry. And what you guys have here, we were last night. I think you guys had fun last night. And it was a great time, wasn't it? Can I tell you something that I saw that is very rare in this industry? Now, like my wife and I, anytime we're at an event, we're always like, what was your biggest takeaway? And so last night, first question she asked me when we left the golf, she's like, what was your takeaway? And I had to say that everybody was smiling and there was a sense of unity that I haven't felt at a company in a long, long time. So I want you guys to give yourselves a round of applause. Because I know that you guys have an incredible travel product here, but the reality of it is that people want to be a part of an environment where there's unity and harmony. Would you guys agree?
Yes.
Right? And so inside of this industry, it's very rare to see that. And I've seen a lot of companies grow exponentially because they had it and then egos got involved and tore it apart from the inside out. Companies that fall apart, it's not from what is happening on the outside usually, it's usually what's happening from the inside. So what you guys have is something very, very special, and I want to encourage you guys to embrace that, hold that, and welcome new family members in as they come in, right? So just give yourselves a round of applause again. You know, Russ wanted us to come in and, you know, do some how-to training with you guys. I'm gonna get my wife here in a second to go through something with you. I'm gonna tell you, I've been in the industry now for 18 years, but when I got started in this industry, I had no business experience, no sales experience. And my first company was actually that company Denson was talking about. Denson's mentor, Paul Orberson, you remember him talking about that gentleman earlier? He was the owner of my first company that I got started with just over 17 years ago.
Hey, Greg, because the noise.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta be loud.
Okay. And
Yeah,
so,
no problem doing that.
and it doesn't take much to distract me either. It's like, have you guys ever seen that movie Up Squirrel?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's me, as well. I'm a revenge traveler and easily distracted, but nevertheless, Paul Orberson, I learned so much from that man. And that company, Fortune, you know, I got started. How many of you guys got started inside of this industry to become professional network marketers? Not one of you, right? Maybe one of you. When you first saw the presentation, for me, it sure the heck wasn't that. I got started because I needed to make extra money. When I got started, you know, I remember my first house meeting, and I heard Denson talking about house meetings. We're going to talk about that. That's really what built this thing. I think there's something that's happened inside of this industry that I think if people can get back to what really works, not what they think works, because it was working during COVID, y'all are going to have giant businesses. You know what I'm saying? Do you guys know what I'm talking about right now? How many guys do most of your business over Zoom? Okay, so everybody that was involved in network marketing prior to COVID, right? We built it all belly to belly, didn't we? We were on phone calls, we were on one-on-ones, we were in house meetings. That's how the business grows. Yes or yes?
Yeah.
Right? And then COVID happened and everybody's sitting at home, not working, and they're looking for ways to make money. People weren't getting paid for some jobs they weren't. There was all type of people had all kinds of time and energy to go build something else. You guys remember what I'm talking about? So for you guys that have been around in the industry prior to that, how many of you guys got a pay raise during COVID? I definitely did. In the industry, if you were building full-time in network marketing, did you see your check increase significantly? Yes or no?
What are they building?
Were you guys building? Here's a better question. Were you building network marketing prior to COVID? I guess is my question.
During.
During you got started, right? I like to call them COVID babies. You know what I mean? Because the people prior to COVID that got started, we all had to cut our teeth in home meetings, one-on-one presentations, getting rejected, right? And the people that got started during COVID, they didn't go through any of that. They were sitting at home, they were texting people, getting them on a Zoom call, and then people were joining because they had all kinds of time and energy to get started in a new business. You guys all with me right now?
Yeah.
Right? And then all of a sudden, as we kind of phased out of that, people started going back to work. Regular life started happening. All these COVID babies is what I call them. They didn't cut their teeth the same way all the professional networkers or people that have years of experience who are beating their head against the wall, driving. How many of you guys have ever drove to a home event before and nobody showed up? Okay. That's part of the business, right? How many of you have had people tell you that, you know, these things never work, that you're crazy if you think it's going to work? Well, you're on the right track if you're hearing these things, right? But the COVID babies never heard any of that stuff, right? And so I got off on a tangent about COVID, but what?
Get back to work.
Okay. Anyways, what I've noticed inside of our profession over the last couple of years is a lot of people are still trying to make that COVID model work in today's day and age. And it doesn't work the way it did during COVID because everybody else is back to life. You know what I mean? They've got full-time jobs, they've got kids at sports, they've got ministry, they're in church. What was working during COVID isn't working anymore, but what is working right now in our company, the people that are growing 40% or more every single month are the ones that are in people's homes. That's the ones that are growing right now. So if you're looking for a magic trick, because everybody always says, how many guys are like sitting there right now on the edge of the seat? Come on, Greg, just give me that one tip so that I can go to 6 figures a month. How many guys want that one tip?
Yeah.
Go back to doing what was working prior to COVID. I promise you. And I know that it's like, I don't know if I can't speak for anybody in this room, but I have a lot of friends in this industry and a lot of companies, and everyone that I'm talking to is resistant to this for some reason. What got them to where they are, where they're successful, they had an influx, just like we did. Everybody's checks that were building leading up to COVID, by the way, their checks, lots of people's checks doubled inside of our profession. People that had established businesses and teams already, their checks doubled. And so they saw that huge influx, everybody just was sending a message on Instagram and people getting started, and they're still trying to make this thing work 2 years later, and it's different now. You guys all with me? Am I making sense to everybody?
Yes.
Okay, so really quick story, and then I'm gonna get my wife into the how-to training. She's gonna show you exactly what you can do to move the needle in your business and create duplication inside of your organization. How many guys would like to not only learn how to get to Lifer 3000 yourself, but help dozens and dozens and dozens of people do it before the end of this year as well? So my wife's gonna show you how to do that in a second, but I want to just tell you guys a story because the reality of it is, and Denson touched on this earlier, is that it all comes down to belief. He was talking about, we're always so busy being busy, but how many of you guys have actually thought about if you were making $100,000 a month, how would your lifestyle be, your dream lifestyle, or what did you call it? I can't remember. Your designed lifestyle. How many of you guys have literally taken time and spent time and thought about at $100,000 a month, what would that look like? How would you be traveling? What type of house would you be living in? You know what I mean? What school would your kids be going? That's the biggest thing that I think where most people struggle in our profession is that they just don't see themselves there yet, right? And so I remember in my first company, FHTM, this is how I got on the FHTM tangent. It all came back full circle now. You don't have to be smart to do this, and it's okay if you want to laugh at me, not just with me too. I don't care. Like Melanie's always like, they forgot to recognize us at this event when we were at an event a couple of years ago. I'm like, as long as they send the check, I don't care about recognition anymore. You know what I mean? When I got started, see, that's the thing about recognition is, they say that babies cry for it and grown men die for it, and it's true. Recognition is very important in your business, right? But so is the paychecks, yes or yes. Okay. And so we didn't get started in this industry. I don't think anybody did. You saw your first presentation. I said, that's it. I'm going to be a full-time network marketer. I'm going to drive around in my car 600 miles to a house meeting where the guy that invited me that said he was going to have 4 people there and he doesn't even show up. That's what I want to do with my life. I don't think anybody said that, right? But, right, we all saw an opportunity. And what I believe that happens inside of this profession, you guys, first we get exposed. And if you are taking notes, and I would encourage you to take notes, people have cliches. They say note takers are money makers, right? They really are. But you can write down notes and do nothing with them, and it doesn't matter. It's that whole thing. Knowledge is power. No, it's not. Applied knowledge is power, right? And so note takers are money makers. I was just saying, this is what I was saying. Expose, if you're taking notes, write these 3 words down. Expose, involve, and upgrade. Expose, involve, and upgrade. I hope this burns in your memory. Melanie's going to touch on it as well. All of us get started in this industry, we get exposed to it. Whether somebody calls us, sends us a video, or gets us to a meeting like this, we get exposed. Then we get involved in the community, right? Exposed and then involved. I'm giving you the recipe right now to create 6-figure earners in your business. Because it doesn't happen on day one. They didn't, just like you, they don't come here and look at me and say, I want to do that for the rest of my life. They don't do that, okay? They get exposed, then they get involved in the community. You guys have a very special community right now, and you have an incredible product, right? You guys are literally able to take the product that you have and teach people how to make life fun again. How freaking cool is that, right? How's that slogan? Bryte Lyfe, make life fun again. I like that. I don't know. That's corny as hell, but I like it. Expose, involve, you get involved. You guys have a lot of unity, harmony, embrace that. Get your people involved. Get them out to the live events. Get them to these dream trips. Get them involved in the community using the different apps, because when they're involved, they'll upgrade their commitment. Now, the people that go and make 6 figures a year, multiple 6 figures a year, and potentially 6 figures a month in your organization are the people that went through that exact same process. Expose, involve, and upgrade. So I got exposed at a home meeting. I got started. I thought if I could just make a little extra money. I had $12,000 in credit card debt when I saw the business for the first time. I was spending everything I was making and then some. And I got started just to make a little bit extra money. I didn't know whether it was going to work, but the guy that showed me the business, he gave me a DVD. He said, go show this to 10 people and then call me. So that's what I did. I went, showed the video. I called him, and a few people that I introduced got started. I was working a full-time job in the oil patch in Western Canada. working like 14 to 16 hours a day, 6 days a week. I was on call 3 weeks out of every month. You guys would say that's pretty busy. And how many guys are busy? I mean, no people are busy, right? It's the busy people that actually get it done. That's another tip, I guess, right? Look for busy people. Look for the people that you think got it all together, because they're the ones that don't got it all together. They're the ones that are actually like me. After 18 years in this profession, I can tell you this: the ones up from the outside, for the most part, that look like they have it all together are the ones that really need this more than the ones that you think actually need it. Okay. But anyways, I got started, and some of the guys that I referred started working with my upline and started referring some people. I went out to work in the bush for 2 months, no internet access, had no idea what was going on. I called my sponsor's upline when I first came back after 2 months. And he said, "Have you seen your back office lately?" I'm like, "No." He said, "Do you need to go look at it?" So anyways, back then, this is like 18 years ago, we had to mail checks in to actually sign people up. We didn't sign up with credit cards back then. Anyways, I think it was my 4th month in, I made a little over $3,000 in the company, and I didn't even know what the heck was going on. But here's what happened. It got my attention. So then I said, what if I actually learn about this? And I started plugging in. And in the course of 11 months, I was able to replace my income, go full time. And then about a year and a half into the business, I actually quit. Now, how many of you guys have ever quit a network marketing company before? It's okay. Put up your hands. Okay. How many of you guys have thought about quitting before? How many of you guys were thinking about quitting before you actually came to this event? For real. As professional networkers, you're going to think about quitting every day. If you're doing the deal every day, talking to people, getting rejection, all that kind of stuff, I did. I quit. And about a year and a half in, the #1 earner in Canada called me and says, "Hey, Greg, we're having our first Canadian event." I promise you I'm going somewhere with this story, because I believe that you can take something out of this and apply it when you leave this place and drastically change your business and your lives forever. I swear to you. If you just see, the thing is that all of life comes down to a few key defining moments. And this could be one of those moments for you, because I'm telling you the story of when the one moment was for me. I had already quit, stopped going to the meetings, stopped getting on the calls. The #1 earner saw something in me that I didn't see in myself. How many of you guys see something in people in your business that they don't even see? Please keep believing in them, speaking life over them, encouraging them, challenging them. Because I'd be on a drilling rig right now had it not been for Gilbert calling me that one last time after I already quit and gave up. He said, "We're having our first event in Canada ever in Calgary, and I really want you to be there. I believe you can do this." This was my response to him. I was an oil patch worker, blue collar guy. He came from real estate sales, right? I said, "Gil, I see how this works for you. You're a sales guy. You've been doing this for years. This only works for people that know how to sell stuff. You know, I'm an oil patch worker. My stepdad was a rig hand. I'm a rig hand. All I'm ever going to be is a rig hand. My first driller told me, as soon as I wear out that first pair of boots, I'm going to be a lifer. I'm going to be stuck in the oil patch." Like, I had such stinking thinking. He said, "Greg, this is how bad my thinking was 18 years ago. So there's hope for all of us, okay? And for those people that you believe in that don't see it themselves yet." He said, "Greg, if you don't see the value in this conference, if you come down to this conference, you don't see the value in it, I'll give you 3 times the amount of money that you pay for the ticket to go to that event." And this was my thought. I said, and I was single back then. I didn't have my wife.
Or you'd be dead.
Yeah, I met my wife in this business, by the way, in the industry. My thought went like this: I'm going to take this guy's money. I can get time off work. I'm going to go to Calgary. I'm going to go to this event. And I know like 3 girls that I've dated before that like to have a good time. And I'm going to go down to Calgary. I'm going to party all weekend. No, she wasn't one of them. I didn't even know her that.
I'm not 1 out of 3. Ever.
Okay, so check this out. This is how bad my thinking was. I go down to that event. This is the first time I met Paul Orberson, by the way. I go to register, and then I go to make an appearance so that Gil can see that I showed up. I already had it lined up. I had one of these girls that I knew and some of her friends meeting me on a patio. It's a place in Calgary called Electric Gab. I was going to meet them at 2:00 in the afternoon, and we were going to start day drinking. That was the plan. I get there, Al grabs me, who's my upline, and he says, "Hey, Greg, come to this lunch." Jason, his wife never came. They had a top 10 money earners lunch with the owner of the company. Jason's wife's not here. We have one extra spot. Do you want to come have lunch? Free lunch? Let's go. They sat me down beside Paul Orbison in that lunch. You know, Paul Orbison, if you don't know who he is, I highly recommend that you go and research this guy. This man made more of an impact in my life in the 7 years that I knew him than any other human being that I've known in my 46 years in this world. And the first time I met him, he started talking, telling his story, how he got started in the industry, what his vision for the company was, why he was building this company. And then he started talking about God. Let me tell you, if you haven't been able to tell yet, I was the furthest thing from a Christian ever when I was down there at that event. But he started talking about God and his story, you know, and his faith and everything. And I remember saying, I want that. I couldn't explain it, but I just remember saying, I want that. I want that. I've been doing it my way this whole time. And I said, whatever that is, I want that. I ended up staying at that event and, you know, spent a lot more time with him. And then I watched all these people come up and get recognized like you guys just did. And they shared a few minutes about some of the things that they were struggling with in their business, what they had to overcome. And I remember walking away from that event saying, if it can happen for her, it can happen for me. If he can do it, so can I. I don't know what they said. I don't remember anything that they trained on. I don't remember peak, pass, plug, bam, fam, you know, feel, felt, found, all that stuff we could train you on right now, right? I don't remember any of that. I remember I want that. And I remember if it can happen for him, if it can happen for her, it can happen for me too. And I made a decision, and 3 months later, I was the #1 earner in Canada in that company. And we went on, built the biggest organization they made. They built a new position in that company called Platinum National Manager, and we were the #1 earners in that company. That company wasn't global. When that shut down, we went to another company. We started building teams all over the world. I was a rig hand prior to getting introduced to a couple of people. I want to tell you guys that all of life comes down to a few key defining moments. My hope is that one of those moments happens for you today, that you walk away from here making a decision that you're going to go out, light the world on fire, and go teach people how to, you know, make life fun again. So with that, I want to let my wife, I took up all the time because I said I have like 4 minutes, and I apologize. But my wife, you know, she prepared something for you, but I know she can wrap it all up in 5 minutes to show you guys what you need to do walking out of here. Oh, yeah, she just, I don't know, she got the mama energy. She looked at our daughters, leaders in our business. She just looks at them, she gives them that look, and they just go to work. You know what I mean? So anyways, with that, this is my beautiful bride, Melanie Greeno. This is the greatest thing that's ever happened to me because of network marketing. I'm gonna say I would be dead or in jail if it was not for this woman.
That is totally true. You know, one of the things, you guys, that he didn't say is that when he made the decision to go into network marketing full time and become a professional, I was new. I'd been in the company for maybe like 6 weeks doing my deal, and I got a call from the same leader that got him to that meeting that saved his career. And he said, "Hey, would you go do a meeting with this guy?" Now he made him sound like this old dude in a suit. And I'm like, I get to this meeting, I'm like, what the? And so we were married 6 months. It's been 19 years. So yeah, thank you. But I want you guys to know that we went from rig hand hoping for a life. I was a small business owner, broke home, a single mom turned pastor. I literally was from a woman's shelter, built 2 companies, but what I found was I had a noose around my neck and no money. And so when we decided to partner in network marketing, I was one of those people that looked at the comp plan and said, I want that. I want 10 grand a month. I didn't question whether I could do it. Why? Because I had already built my life from nothing. I already knew I could do it. Show me what to do and I'll freaking do it. I don't need your permission. I don't need for you to tell me that I can do it, right? So I literally decided that I was going to do it. I got on the phone. I said, get me in front of somebody that can show me what to do.
Right.
So what he didn't say was that he just took me on an 8-country, 8-week tour around the world in the nicest hotels, like the Ritz, the St. Regis, beachfront everywhere, everything I wanted. Just got the biggest diamond I've ever seen, right? Because network marketing. You understand that when you get to work, network marketing, it's network marketing, not work marketing. You can't not work and get the money. It doesn't work like that. So I know I only have like 2 minutes left and I want to respect the time, but my gift is activation. And I did have a PowerPoint for you guys, but you know, it's fine. He'll pay for it later. Just kidding. So how many of you, I just want to check in with you. I'm gonna need for you to put the, we'll call it ego. I'd use some stronger words, but we're in public. Put the ego aside just for a minute, and I want you to literally put up your hand for you, not for me. I want you to put up your hand if you're here to make $10,000 a month, put up your hand.
Yeah.
Okay, keep it up if you're here to make 100 grand a month. Keep it up if you're here to make $500,000 a month. Where else, you can put your hands down, where else are you gonna get the shot to go make $100,000 a month? Is there any other options in your life right now? Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay, you don't want to become an OnlyFans girl? Guy? No, you're not doing that, selling dirty socks on the internet? Okay, what's that? Okay, so if this is the only shot, and this is, we call this a Melanie kiss. If this is your only shot to make that kind of money, change your life, and make life fun again, which I love that, I want to ask you a very serious question. Are you acting like it? Are you acting like it? If I say to my husband, you're the number one man in my life. I'm going to spend time with you. I'm going to love you. I'm going to stay married to you. But you're kind of cute, and you're kind of cute, and you're kind of cute, and you're kind of cute. How long is it going to be before this marriage dissolves? How long? So as a network marketer, if you're saying, I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it, that's what I want. And then you're watching Netflix and chilling, you're gossiping with your friends, you're volunteering at your church. How are you going to get what you say you want? I quit pastoring to go into network marketing full time. I literally got rid of my businesses. I moved everything out of the way. I cleared my plate. I was working 120 hours a week, you guys. I had 3 foster kids, my own kid, 2 dogs. I was so tired. Everyone's tired. Everyone. So here's your shot to go and do it. If you were to go back to your life tomorrow, like you're going home, right? What needs to change in you? And what needs to change in your activity to get what you say you want? How committed are you to that dream? Because I'll tell you, you can wish for it and you can want for it, but that ain't gonna bring it. The only thing that brings it is showing the plan at least 5 times a day. 5 times a day. A day. How many of you would honestly say you didn't show the plan 5 times last week? Honestly. Okay? There's no harm, no shame, no foul. Also, get to work. Get to work, because I'll tell you what, there's been people in this company, like you guys heard today, they're gonna go make $50,000 a month. By the way, $50,000 a month, you're broke. Just so you know, Paul used to tell us $350,000 a month, you're broke. You're still broke. And he's right. You are broke. You have no money. Okay, gotta wrap it up. So I want a commitment out of you, not for me, because you guys are gonna see me again. Well, you might, but I need to find us on Instagram. You can see all the lifestyle stuff and all the things that we built and all the things. But this is for you. I want you to stand to your feet if you are committed to your dream. Only if you're committed. Stay seated if you're not. Stand to your feet if you're committed. If you're committed. If you're committed. Okay. I want you to turn to the person on your right and say goodbye.
Wow.
Turn to the person on your left and say hello. You guys have the opportunity at this event to leave the person that you came here as here.
That's it. Yeah.
The one that's not working, leave them here. The one that's not doing enough, leave them here. The one that's not in, active, hope, faith-filled action every single day, leave them here.
Right.
Step out of this place filled with hope, filled with faith, filled with fire, and filled with a mission, because everyone needs a shot to make their life fun again. Thank you, guys.
Give it up for him one more time.
Our favorite Canadians. All right, we gotta roll. We gotta close up. So I've got a few last announcements for you, and then we're gonna move our scavenger hunt out. And we gotta get this place cleaned up so that we can get them back in business. I want to go through this very quickly. Tomorrow night on our corporate call at 7:00, 7:00 Central, which will be 5:00 Vegas time. We are going to do a recap, and I'm going to go through these announcements because I'm going to move very quickly. Okay. So 7:00, the corporate call is going to be official recap. And then at 8:00, we're going to do the Zoom. All right. And the Zoom is going to have the new presentation with everything y'all saw today, with a lot of this. And I'm not going to be able to go through everything. So you've got to get everybody on the call tomorrow night, 7:00 Central, which is 8:00 Eastern, 5:00 Pacific. So we'll be here in Vegas. If you're still here, 5:00. That's why the pool party is ending at 5 for us tomorrow. Snoop Dogg is going to be there tomorrow. So Snoop Dogg's going to be here. If you have not already got your pool party pass, you saw the line and stuff, we don't have to deal with any of that. This is the entrance to the pool party for tomorrow. So if you did not get your pool party ticket, you'll have to go buy tickets and then, deal with all of that. We have an area reserved. So if you need to get a pool party ticket, you can see Rachel afterwards, and she can give you instructions on how to add your name to the pool party list. But we only have room for probably a handful. So Snoop Dogg tomorrow, IU Day Club, where you can just go and do your thing there. But we're going to be there at noon. So noon tomorrow, you need to meet here at noon. And then we're going to do our scavenger hunt in just a minute. This is a preview of the brand new back office. So we have brand new website launching this week, brand new back office launching this week. Everything is integrated now in one place. So you no longer have to go to the back office or to the travel membership website. There's one payment profile. Everything is all in one place. Plus, you're also going to have inside of the app, you're going to have full back office capabilities now inside of the app. So everything is going to be in one place. You're going to be able to link in your social media. You're going to be able to see your statistics. You're going to be able to see your team growth. You're going to be able to track all of your invites through the app. So right now, you've been putting out the invite link on the yellow button to invite, and it creates a unique link. But now you're going to be able to see if they've watched the video when they visited your link. So if somebody says, yeah, I watched it, I checked it out, it's like, bullshit. No, you didn't. I can see it right here on my app. So nobody's going to be able to mislead you or tell you otherwise. So it's all going to be live. So all of this stuff is going live this week. Now, here's the other thing. It's very important that you work on your content. You need to be filming videos, taking photos. I'm going to get Mel and Greg to do a social media training for you guys. I haven't asked them yet, but we're buds. So they're going to teach you guys. They were going to talk about some of that on social media, because you're going to be able to put your own Bryte Lyfe video presentation inside of the link and send it to your prospects and watch if they watched your video. Okay. So you're going to be able to control the information flow. And then we're going to ask some of our top leaders, because some of you guys might want to see what Ann Jones is doing. You might want to see what Paula Robnett's doing. You might want to see Ditson's presentation or Antoine's presentation or Mike's or Talant's. And so you're going to be able to see their presentations. We're going to put them up in there, and you're going to be able to choose which video you send through the contact management system. And you're going to be able to track whether or not they viewed it, whether or not they signed up. You're going to be able to monitor all of this through the app. Okay, so right here, you'll be able to put your contacts in. You'll be able to add them in. You'll be able to choose what you send them to. If you want to go to a specific video or to the company website. And then once we have all these videos loaded in there, so you've got to get good at your content. All right, so let's talk about the things that we need to do so you can get good at your content. So when we're talking about how to get better at the retention, We need to set expectations for free life. Too many people are getting in and getting discouraged that they don't have free life in their first month. You guys have to get better at getting them on the app and getting them plugged in, showing them how to book, getting them to book something, getting them to buy something, showing them the member deals. You guys are signing people up into failure if you're not walking them through all of the tools and resources. And then people get the countdown clock on free life and they think they're a failure if they didn't get free life in their first month. Listen, folks, we should be charging $9.99 a month, not $179 a month, okay? So nobody should be disappointed or discouraged if they're having to pay $179 a month. So stop misleading your people and telling them the only reason they need to join is so they can get their 2 and free and get it for free. It's amazing at $179. It's just better at free, okay? So set the right expectations. This is our only pain point that we're missing. So walk your new members through the app. Help them get to free life. But make sure they understand, don't get discouraged if you're not free life in your first month or even in your second month. It's okay. But the way you keep them engaged is if they see the savings. So walk them through the app, show them where the member deals are, show them all the savings, show them where Live Life is, show them where Well Life is. They could get discounts at their local Anytime Fitness and all these gyms and all these fitness classes. H&R Block, you know, some people filed extensions on their taxes. They can save 15 or 25% on H&R Block. That'll pay for a couple months worth of membership. I mean, get better at teaching them how to use the product. Right. Get better at explaining the membership, and then get them plugged into live events. Denson's going to be talking to you guys about how to run better live events. And remember the new member training we have a week from Saturday. We're going to put all of this new member training inside of Denson's training. So it's going to be new member 101 orientation every Saturday. I would encourage all of you to get on the training next Saturday, BryteLifeFastStart.com. Next Saturday at 10 a.m. Eastern is going to be our next new member orientation. And then you want to get them to Orlando. When is Orlando? August 9th and 10th. We're going to Orlando on the 9th. We're going to be doing our one-day conference. I'm going to have guest speakers, some of my best friends from all over the world. People like Mel and Greg, people like Chris and Tara, they're going to be coming in to teach you how to use AI in your business, how to get an AI virtual assistant. We're going to talk to you about investing. We're going to talk to you about real estate investing. We're going to talk to you about all of these topics, and that's why we're calling it Life Enhancement in Orlando. These are speakers that charge the AI trainer that's coming from Asia. One of my good friends, I've known him for 20 years. He lives in Thailand. He's flying to Orlando to teach you guys. He charges $10,000 for his AI class, and he's going to be doing a portion of that class in Orlando for you, included in your ticket price. Now, here's the deal. You can go on your app right now, and you can buy your ticket for Orlando for only $59, okay? But the price goes up on Monday. So you have 24 hours to buy it for $59. You can buy VIP, which is the VIP tickets, for $99. But on Monday, the general admission goes to $99 and the VIP goes to $199. So you can get your tickets right now in the app. You can log in right now and get your ticket to Orlando for $59. And we're getting discounts to Universal Studios Epic Universe that opened yesterday, the newest theme park in the world, Epic Universe. And we're taking the whole group on Sunday, August 10th, and we're getting discounted tickets for all of our members that are going to go with us to Universal Studios on August 10th. And so a lot of you could drive to this one. Some of you will have to fly. This is going to be our biggest event by far ever. And then we're going back to the Atlantis. They invited us back. They want us to come back to the Atlantis. How many of you would like to go to the Atlantis for free? Here's the contest. This is the last thing. We're going to close things out. This week, the contest starts right now. And you're about to have an opportunity in our scavenger hunt to start making sales now. But this week, when you make 2 member sales this week, we're gonna give you $200 in free travel. So you make 2 sales, you're gonna get 100% commission. So 2 sales is gonna give you $200 in addition to the 100 that you're already getting. So 2 sales is gonna pay you $400 in travel dollars this week. If you get 3 sales, we're gonna give you an additional 300. So now you're getting $600 in free travel for 3 sales. That's 100% commission for 2 sales and 3 sales. 4 sales, we're gonna give you $400. So you get your regular 400 plus 400 more. So that's $800 in travel dollars that you're getting for 4 sales. That's 100% commission. We're not taking a single dime as a company. Then if you get 5 sales this week, now the contest ends on Friday, but for all of you that get 5 sales, instead of getting the 2, 3, and 4, we're gonna give you a free hotel stay for 2 people for 4 days and 3 nights at the Atlantis, which is gonna cost about $1,200. So you're gonna get $1,200 in free travel with just 5 member sales this week. So the contest starts today. It ends on Friday at midnight at the cutoff. So this is your chance. I told all of you, for those of you that believed in us and came to Vegas, this contest is only available for the people that were here in Las Vegas. So anybody that was not here in Las Vegas, they are not eligible for this contest. People will be able to start signing up for this trip to the Atlantis. It's October 30th through November 2nd. So we're gonna have a Bryte Lyfe Halloween party at the Atlantis. That's gonna be included in your ticket price. And so we're gonna have a cool costume contest. It's gonna be a blast. You'll be hearing more details about this soon, but this is your thank you for believing in us, spending your money. This is an opportunity for you to get $1,200 in free travel on top of your regular travel dollars this week. Contest starts now. We're gonna go do our scavenger hunt. Okay, and are we good? Okay, so I'm just gonna let Eva tell you really quick. Our scavenger hunt is going to end. Okay, you have from now until 4:45. At 4:45, we are gonna meet at this sphere, this ball that's lit up, this mini sphere, not the big sphere. We're gonna meet at this ball at 4:45 to give away. We're gonna give away $1,500 in travel dollars to the winning team. Here are the rules. You cannot be on a team with your significant other, your spouse, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, all you guys from New York, all you guys from Memphis. You have to split up. You cannot be on the same team. You need to be with all new people. So that is the one rule. You cannot be on a team with all of your peeps. This is about meeting new people, engaging. They're going to go through some of the details. We're putting the list of the scavenger hunt in the WhatsApp group. So everybody needs to get into the WhatsApp group. Every team is going to have a team captain, and you're going to have a little over an hour to complete as much of the scavenger hunt as you can. And we're going to tally up the points, and the winning team is going to have $1,500 total posted into your travel dollars account. So it's going to be about $200 or $250 a person, depending on how many people are on your team. So I'm going to turn it over to Eva really quick, and we're going to get, oh, and one last thing. When we get up, please take everything from your tables. Do not leave any trash, any napkins, any bottles, any glasses, any drinks. Throw them away at the counters over here at the tables, because we're late already. And so we need to get out of here and make it easy for them to clean up. Do not leave any mess. But this is really important. Listen to Eva really quick.
Okay, you guys, we're gonna have a lot of fun. I need you to, if you don't have running shoes on, pretend you have running shoes on. We're gonna move really quick, and we're gonna start very quickly by getting 10 people up here with me and run. All right, I need Angelina Jones, Tamara Henderson, Lanessa Williams, Chris Cannon, Antoine McVeigh, John Faulkner, Mary Alexander, John Banks, Leah Curry, and Mike McVeigh. And I need you up here quickly, please join us. And we'll be telling you a little bit more about these people. Everyone else sit down for a minute. Nobody's leaving yet. And I'm going to explain to you guys a little bit more about the scavenger hunt.